Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm researcher Min-seong of Institute for Green Transformation. First of all, I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to every one of you for being with us today. First of all, I'd like to briefly introduce public debate. Institute for Green Transformation and Green Transition Youth Group are organizations organized by enthusiastic youth activists. These two organizations, together with the EU-Korea Climate Action, are organizing this public debate based on support from EU delegation to the Republic of Korea. In line with the online platform called Green Dogs, every month we have this kind of public debate. I'd like to introduce today's events. There have been a number of events which is related to energy transition, but this place is prepared to ask questions about just energy transition and to collect and ask questions about alternative solutions. In particular, it is intended to deal with issues like gaps and inequality between urban and rural areas. I hope it will be a place which is joyful and beneficial and connect energy transition issues to everyday context. Then let me introduce the following program. We are going to invite Mr. Joachim Eisler from EU-Korea Climate Action. He's going to deliver opening remarks.
A very good afternoon to all of you in Korea, and a very good morning to our presenters and panelists joining us from Europe today. It's really a great pleasure to open today's event.
오늘 이 자리에서 함께 집담회를 개최할 수 있게 돼서 기쁘게 생각합니다. 한EU 기후행동 사업팀을 대표해서 여러분들을 환영합니다. 또한 시작에 앞서서 오늘 집담회를 공동으로 조직해 주신 녹색 전환 연구소 측에도 특별한 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 또한 에너지 전환에 대해서 식견을 나누어 주실 한국 그리고 유럽의 연사분들 그리고 또한 패널분들께도 특별한 감사를 나누고자 합니다. 오늘 이 자리를 통해서 많은 지식과 경험을 나누어 주시는
Let me just say a couple of words to put it in the context. As you all know, last year in October,
여러분들도 잘 아실 거라고 생각되는데 지난해 10월에 한국 정부와 같은 경우에는 그린 뉴딜의 일환으로 새로운 목표를 발표한 바 있습니다. 그것은 2050년 탄소 중립과 관련된 목표였습니다. 석탄에 대한 의존을 종결하고 신재생 에너지로 대체해서 기후 비상사태에 적극 대응하기 위해
So even so, this announcement is considered really a kind of breakthrough to define Korea's pathway forward towards zero emissions. There are still many concerns or some concerns about the lack of a clear roadmap and action plans that are required to successfully implement the Green Deal and to achieve this target. So in order to make this 2050 carbon neutrality target become a reality, it will also be very important to involve all parts of society and stakeholders to come up with workable, proper climate actions. And this will also include, of course, the youth and young activist researchers whose participation in the policy-making process has been quite marginalized in Korea. So this is one of the reasons why our EU-Korea Climate Action Project, which is really organizing, supporting, networking, knowledge sharing and cooperation between Korean and European non-state actors to support the energy transition. This is in line with our objective, and that is why we would like to support young research activists, and in this case, the Green Transition Youth Group, basically to enable them to participate in the process of exploring solutions for the implementation of the Green Deal, to have in their discussions, network and share their ideas. Also to create online and offline platforms in order to keep disseminating their ideas and to interact with society. And last but not least, also to have the opportunity to learn from the European experience, what has worked, what didn't work so well, in the area of climate neutrality and energy transition. So like all of you, I'm very much looking forward to our upcoming presentations and panel discussions for the 2 sessions of our debate today. And I like to wish all of you a very productive session with many interesting insights and discussions. So a big thanks again from our side, the EU-Korea Climate Action Team, and a big thanks again to all of the partners and participants. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joachim Isola, that delivered opening remarks. So he also introduced a few projects done by Korea and EU climate action. Then now we are going to go to the main part of this presentation. So the first presentation will be delivered by the speaker Park Jin-mi from Green Transition Youth Group.
네, 제가 지금 화면을 좀 공유하도록 하겠습니다.
Now I will share my screens.
네, 제 화면이 잘 보이시나요?
Can you see my screen now?
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 녹색전환 청년
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Park Jin-mi. I'm from Green Transition Youth Group. Today, I'd like to share some ideas under the topic of just energy transition. How much are we prepared? And there are many speakers in this place, online and offline. I'd like to have in-depth discussions about this topic today. About a week ago, in June 13th, there was a G7 meeting. On the last day of G7, there was a climate change and environmental session. The G7 members and observatory members and actually had great discussions about mitigation measures. By the year 2050, carbon neutrality should be achieved, and in order to have the early achievement of such a target, leadership is required. And also they acknowledge that carbon is a main culprit for the greenhouse gas emissions. So decarbonization is required in order to have an energy transition. That was the main contents of the discussion made in this climate change and environmental session. Korea's Moon Jae-in and President Moon Jae-in also participated in this session as well. And Korea, by the year 2030, will reduce GHG emissions. And also the targets will be announced in COP26. So this is the actual GHG emissions. About 87% of GHG emission is coming from energy sector. And in particular, in order to produce electricity, about 36% of the GHG emission that is generated from this power, the electricity generation. So while I'm preparing this material, actually I look into the statistics. And you can see the GHG emission amount on this screen. And also there are great discussions about the targets for the GHG emission reductions. So the amount that should be reduced and also the amount of the GHG emissions made for the last few years, between the two, there are some discrepancies, so we should make a further effort. And when I see the data, there are some lack of information, and we do not have consistent measures in order to have a clear database. So there are many things to do in the future in order to have a reduction of GHG emissions. So there are many things to do in the future as well. So in the year 2020, the GHG emissions made like this. This is estimated figures. In the year 2018, we had a peak, the amount, and after 2019 and 2020, there have been some reductions about GHG emission. So this data was announced by Ministry of Environment, and it shared that there are the positive trend regarding that. That is announcement from the ministry. But there is one thing we should think about this, the figures and numbers. The number itself has been reduced, but is it based on our effort? We should raise such a question first of all. And also for the next few years, it is important to have a continuous reduction. Then how they can be achieved? So we should make an in-depth discussion regarding that to find the solutions. So let's look into the energy sector. There are great contributions from energy sector regarding GHG emissions. So we need to have a clear goals and targets to have the clear reductions. After the inauguration of this government, there was an announcement about the nuclearizations and the core, the measures. In the year 2079, then Korea can go into denuclearizations. So actually, the phasing out of nuclearization, and that was planned and also announced by Korean government. And by the year 2034, a few number of core-based nuclear power plants will be closed down as well. So those are some measures announced by Korean government after inauguration of these administrations. But we should look into whether this amount is enough in order to meet Korea's NDC. In order to achieve carbon neutrality by the year 2050, it is important to phase out coal, and we should shut down coal-based power plants. Then how much emissions can be reduced in order to use a clean the fuel? How we can replace the current energy mix, and we should have the in-depth discussion regarding that as well. So by the year 2030, and how much GHG emission should be reduced, the target setting is the first measure we should consider. As I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, in upcoming November, COP26 will be taking place, and as I mentioned, the Korean government will make an official announcement about the clear numbers and figures regarding the GHG emissions. So 4 months to go in alone up to COP26. So by the year 2030, it is crucial to reduce GHG emissions by 45% in order to meet 1.5 degrees Celsius the limits. So there are the various the route and paths to achieve that. And I believe energy transition is one way, and also in the sector of energy, we should go for the decarbon. And energy sources should be changed as well. In the top of that, how to reduce energy consumption should be discussed further. And immediately, how we can apply the new technologies in order to reduce the GHG emissions. All these will be possible topics we should discuss. And also the 7, the core-based power plant should be closed down, and also how much is required in order to shut down such power plants. We should have discussions on all these matters. So currently, the 7 core-based power plants is under the constructions. Then why these 7 power plants are required? One of them went into commission in January already. So let's think about why we should open 7 additional core power plants. So this is the production and the generation of electricity. There is a surplus. Even though there is a surplus, still the Korean government is building 7 additional core-based power plant. So is it desirable direction? So I believe this is not desirable. In order to achieve carbon neutrality by the year 2050, it is crucial to have a shutdown of core-based power plants. But still, regardless the needs, the core-based power plants are under constructions. There is the discrepancies between the place where the electricity is generated and where the electricity is consumed. And you can see the data about energy self-sufficiency in different areas of Korea. There is the imbalance regarding the generations and the consumptions. When there are the differences and between the place where the electricity is generated and where the electricity is consumed, then construction of transmission towers and transmission lines and substations are required. So this is not just a way to have an energy transition. So we should have a new kind of approaches. This is the additional data about each different region in Korea. So let's make a comparison between Chungnam province and the Seoul. So gray part, that is that represent emission of GHG, but that cannot be mitigated and reduced by the government. Actually, the GHG and the emissions that is made in great amount in Chungnam, because there are high number of core-based power plants. The local governments want to reduce these GHG emissions, but they do not have a great autonomy to implement related policies. And you can see the data in Seoul as well here. In order to reduce GHG emissions and in order to realize energy transitions, it is important to establish plans that reflect each different situation of each localities, and also how much energy will be used in the future and how much energy should be generated in each region. Based on that, the future plan should be drafted. Based on this, the Ministry of Industry actually developed a roadmap for energy transition and the energy decentralizations. And you can see the various measures that will be implemented in the future. The decentralized energy will be promoted in the future, and also decentralized energy system and infrastructure will be advanced, and also the decentralized energy related capacities will be promoted, and a new energy market and new energy project will be generated. These are some of the contents regarding the energy transition and the energy decentralization developed by Ministry of Industry. So it is important to embrace the participation and engagement of local people and also the citizens. So we should find the measures to embrace the people, and also we should consider whether it is regionally driven or whether it is the programs that can embrace the participation of the citizens. And also we can ask various other questions, such as whether it is a policy in which various actors of transformation can participate in, and whether it is the programs which bear the just responsibility regarding emissions. Today, we have discussions under the topic that creating better stories after saying goodbye to coal and nuclear energy. Ms. Yang Ebin and also the researcher Yoon and other participants actually want to raise our voice against the nuclear power and the coal. And also by the year 2030, we want to halve the emission of GHG. In order to do that, we believe that nuclear power plants cannot be alternative. But when I see the Korean policies, Korean government want to export technology related to nuclear power plants. power plants, and SMR will be also produced, and that will be exported to other countries. That is a plan by Ministry of Industry. So when I see the announcement from Korean government, they still focus on the development of nuclear power plants, and they want to export such technologies to other countries. But when it comes to the nuclear power plants, we have the issues regarding the waste of nuclear power plants, and also we have various other issues as well. So in order to have an energy transition, so we should think about the proper alternatives. But nuclear power plants cannot be alternative. It cannot be just a way of energy transitions. So when we see the European case, and actually many organizations raise voice against the nuclear power plants. And we have a climate crisis issues, but nuclear power plants cannot be alternative. That is the voice and the arguments from the such organizations. So we should have a further discussions regarding that in Korea as well. In order to have a just energy transition, it is important to create a descending curve regarding GHG emissions. Then what is required in order to realize that? In order to have a just energy transition, we should have a clear definition as well. So in order to do that, we should have a social consensus regarding just energy transition. So what is the just energy transition? We should define that terminology first and foremost. And after that, at government and other stakeholders should have the in-depth discussions. This can not be only done by government. So we need to have the legal basis in order to carry out the energy transitions, and also the IPCC should consider in order to set the proper set of the energy sector related the emissions. And after setting the targets, and we should measure whether we are meeting the targets, and we should monitor our performance, and we should look back and have a feedbacks, and after that we should make a further improvement. Based on this, we can make changes. And responsibility of a public sector should be enhanced as well, and we should have a consistent measures in order to have energy transitions, and in order to have a better reduction of GHG emissions. Proper investment, financial investment is required as well in order to implement related policies. Central government and the local government and also the residents should have in-depth discussions in order to come up with viable solutions. And based on that, we can have the core measures in the future. In order to realize this, we should monitor our the activities. So we need to establish a database in order to check our performance. There can be follow-up questions about that. Then how much is required in order to implement such programs, and what kind of advanced technologies should be well secured, and what will be the social structures we can have in which consumption can be reduced beyond the everyday effort by individuals. So all these questions are raised in relation to the just energy transition and the decentralization of the energy mix. So in order to have this, we need to establish database, and also it is important to embrace the participation of the local people and the many stakeholders. There are so many questions we should address in the future, and it will be great if we have further occasions to make discussions regarding this. So I actually used up my time. This is all about my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was very great presentation talking about the urgency and the key considerations. So with all these questions and challenges having in mind, let's start this session 1, which will be about the alternatives after coal and nuclear phase out. And with this energy data accessibility And the 2030 climate targets and accessibility and energy transition checklist will be presented by 3 speakers. Our first presenter is Felix Matthes, Dr. Felix Matthes, who is now working as a research coordinator for energy and climate in the Institute for Applied Ecology, who will talk about the 2030 climate targets and policy development process in Germany. Please welcome him.
Yeah, thank you very much, and best regards and greetings to Korea. Good afternoon. It's early in the morning here in Berlin. I feel honored very much to provide some insights on the most recent developments on the 2030 climate targets, but probably more important to give you some background how we arrived there, because this is a longer process and there are many lessons still to be learned for us here in Germany, but also for others, how to set up a process which leads to an effective and successful decrease of emissions towards climate neutrality in a very few decades. I'm with Oeko-Institut, which is a private research organization. I'm working there since the last 30 years at the interface between number crunching and policy design for the German government. But let me start first with a short description where we are at the moment, because climate policy and climate targets, including the nuclear phase-out for Germany, is a very dynamic process and a very dynamic policy environment. We are just in a process to update our national greenhouse gas emission reduction targets. So we are at the moment in a situation that the target for 2030 is minus 65% compared to the 1990 levels, which is the base year for Germany and all the member states of the European Union. And then we have another target for 2040, minus 88%, and the new overarching target is climate neutrality by the year 2045, and to end with net negative emissions for 2050 and the years beyond. In addition to this, there should be additional efforts on land use change and forestry to maintain the situation that this sector is a net sink for Germany. So this is not longer only a government target, it is legally binding. We have a National Climate Act which lays down the targets, but also a compliance mechanism which should safeguard that we meet these targets. This Climate Act is existing since the year 2019, but there was a need to revise this act after the German Constitutional Court, which is our highest court, ruled in March that the climate targets need to be more ambitious, with an interesting background, because they said if the decrease of emission is further postponed, this will limit the freedom of the people in the future. And because the overarching target of the German Constitution, or one of the overarching targets, is to guarantee freedom for the people, the logic behind this ruling was if there is insufficient decrease of emission reductions, this will limit the freedom of the people in the future and the young people of the future to a decrease or to a degree which is not longer acceptable. So this is a fundamental new ruling, legal ruling, and therefore there's a new quality of legally that these targets and also the compliance mechanisms are not longer indicative targets or aspirations as they have often been in the past. It is now legally binding by law. Again, the National Climate Act is a key element. So there are the targets for the national greenhouse gas emissions for 2030, 2040, 2045, with the climate neutrality target, as well as the net negative emissions target for the years 2050 and beyond. But the National Climate Act goes beyond aggregate targets. So we have annual sectoral targets, mostly, not for all sectors, but mostly both based on a linear trajectory for the energy industries, for the industry, for transport, buildings, agriculture, waste management, and the other sectors on an annual basis for the years from 2020 to 2030. And in the mid of the 2020s, there shall be a decision how to extend the sectoral targets for the years 2031 to 2040. That means we have a monitoring process and we have a compliance mechanism which does not only look to the year 2030 or 2040, it looks to each year on the trajectory between today and the different target years. That means there is a certain compliance mechanism, which is an important part of the National Climate Act. Each year, by the 15th of March, the government needs to submit the sectoral greenhouse gas emission inventories to the Independent Expert Council for Climate. I will give you some details on this. The Expert Council for Climate reviews these inventories and assesses whether the sectoral targets have met or not, and submits after 1 month an assessment of the compliance with the sectoral target and the overarching target back to the government. And if the legally binding sectoral targets are not met for one or more sectors in a certain year, the relevant minister is obliged to present an immediate action programs 3 months after the assessment by the expert council to safeguard the compliance with the annual sectoral emission reduction targets for the subsequent years. That means each year there is a political process where there's a clear benchmark, which is the annual sectoral emission reduction target, and where there is a legal obligation to react immediately if the emission trajectory is not longer consistent with the longer trajectory towards the medium and the long-term targets. Besides these compliance mechanisms, we have national climate plans and programs. So each year, we have a longer tradition of national climate plans and programs, but under the Paris Agreement and under the monitoring obligations of the European Union, each 5 years there is a need to design and to develop a national climate plans with a lot of policies and measures and specification. By the way, not only on climate, but also on energy issues, etc., etc. This needs to be discussed, and there is a certain formalized process that is laid down also in the national legislation. That means after each new national climate plans, the last one is from 2020. The next one will need to be presented in 2025. Each 1 year after the national climate program, there is a need to transfer these to a national climate program, which includes a broader participation program. Again, this is the level of ambition. You can see here the historical trends of sectoral emissions for Germany in the different sectors, and you can see the new targets with the ultimate goal of climate neutrality by 2045. And you can see that the challenges in different sectors are pretty different. So we are on track with the power sector. We have the increase of renewables, and we have significant decreases of the emissions from the power sector. You can see this with the black line. Although we have shut down a lot of nuclear power plants, and we will continue or complete the nuclear phase out by the year 2022. That means next year. And we are on track with the rollout of the renewables and the coal phase out, but you can also see that this is a long way to go to net zero emissions. And you can also say that the industry, there is a mixed result, and we have the huge challenge. These are the two blue lines with the transportation sector, where we have seen only a limited decrease of emission reductions with regard to cars. And you can see here that the freight transport, the trucking, ran out of control totally. And that underlines, because we have these different trends, how important these national review mechanisms and this national annual compliance mechanism, why this is so important. Again, as I said this before, there are many different levers we have, and I will describe these a little bit later in more detail. We have a longer tradition of climate programs and climate plans, and all these climate programs and all these climate plans have been accompanied by extensive modeling exercises where each 2 or 3 years we run big modeling exercises reflecting the latest trends, the latest technology developments, the latest cost developments, and the latest political developments. And I think there are some robust strategies. Energy efficiency is an ongoing challenge for all sectors. We have a lot of success with regard to renewable energies, but mainly in the power sector. We are lagging behind the use of renewable energies in the heat sectors. Electrification is a key strategy with regard to heating, with regard to the transportation sector. Infrastructure is important because we need to expand the electricity networks. We need to transform the heat networks. We have the huge and painful challenge to transform and also to decommission some of the gas infrastructures in the transport policy. Transport infrastructures plays a role, and in the long run, we will need to discuss on CO2 infrastructures. The coal phase out will be finalized by the year 2030. In the most recent environment of the carbon pricing, we have at the moment an interesting debate on hydrogen. So I'm sitting at the moment in the National Hydrogen Council, and we will, in the 2030s and 2040s, we will see the ramp up of hydrogen. In the 2030s, oil phase out and parts of the natural gas phase out will take place. CCS will play a role if it comes to the cement industry and to deal and if it comes to deal with the residual greenhouse gas emissions from agriculture, etc., etc. And with the new targets of the European Union and Germany, also agriculture, land use, and forestry will be one of the new hotspots, because you can't bypass these sectors if it is all about climate neutralities. There are different implementation mechanisms, and the interesting point is that the structure and the patterns of these implementation mechanisms will differ over time. Some are important at the moment, but will disappear on the long term, and we will have issues like market design or border adjustment mechanisms, which raise increasingly attention as a part of the policy mix. And again, infrastructure planning and infrastructure regulation is one of the game changers, the deal makers, but also one of the issues which are crucial. And if the infrastructure adjustments won't take place, then reaching the target will be endangered. What you can see here is that we are at the moment in the 13th update of climate programs. So the first climate program in Germany was approved in June 1990. And so we are in the 13th revision cycle of the climate program, and each of these updates was accompanied by big modeling exercises, by big numerical analysis, by increasingly participation processes. And what you can see here on the left side with the colors, that there is a longer term national consensus on climate policy. So the black are the conservatives, the yellow are the liberals, the red are the Social Democrats, the greens are the Greens. And you can see we have seen different ruling coalitions at the federal level of Germany. And in all these different ruling periods, there was this ongoing process to work on climate programs. There have been different foci, there have been different preferences. We had until 2010 the big fight on nuclear, but since 2011 the national consensus, even between the conservatives and the liberals, is that we should go for climate neutrality without using nuclear power. But what I want to underline here is that this regular frequency of updating policy programs is a big learning process, and it's a big participation progress, and which is important. And therefore, it is not about setting the one and only climate policy program. It is about having an updating and a revision cycle where you can always inject new knowledge, new technologies, etc., etc. So that means we are in the process where we are in historically in each 2 to 3 years we had a new update. This is increasingly integrated into the European Union targets and governance framework, because this is not longer only a national issue, it is a European issue, and there is a stronger integration. We have an interministerial processes for all of these climate programs, and we have broader participation processes since the first climate action plan for 2050, which started in 2015. And also since 2015, there is a broader institutional framework for the climate programs. I will give you some details in a minute. What you should bear in mind if you try to understand what happens here in my country is that that this is an issue of multi-level governments. So we have the German federal parliament and the German federal government. We have a climate cabinet, which is a committee within the federal government, where all the ministers which are somehow responsible for climate issues have a specific round, and we call this the climate cabinet. That means it's a subset of ministers who need to deal specifically with climate policy issues. We have the Climate Act, we have the climate plans and the climate programs, and we have this broad consensus on many issues, definitely not all issues. If it comes to carbon pricing or other issues, there are differing views, but there is a broad consensus in general that climate policy is important. The only exceptions is the far right AfD, which we have since the last legislative term in the federal government. However, and that is important to understand these different colors I showed you with regard to the different updates of the climate plans and the climate programs, is that we have comparatively powerful states, and where we have state parliaments and state governments, which have a significant impact on many political and legislative processes. For example, we have at the moment a ruling conservative social democratic government at the federal level, but we have in 11 out of the 16 states the Green Party as a part of the state parliaments. And so there is a balance of power where different political views are injected into the process also from the state parliaments. And the states played in the past an important role for pioneering certain policies, but the states are also important with regard to specific policies. Again, I have been part of the German Coal Commission, and if you talk about coal, then that is not about Germany. It is essentially about 4 out of the 16 states, and the key acceptance and the key framing of the coal phase-out policy and the key issues on just transition are about 4 of the states, and therefore the states are in our political system so important. And we have the European Union, which has been and is still the major driver of the EU member states' climate policies. Partly the member states drive the European Union, but during the last years, the European Union has driven more the member states, and there we have an increasing integration of targets, because it is not only about greenhouse gas emissions, it's also about the pillars of these greenhouse gas emission reduction strategies on renewables, on energy efficiency, etc., etc. And we have our own governance structures and also key implementation mechanisms which are settled at the level of the European Union. If it comes to the European Union emission standards, if it comes for emission standards for car, if it comes to cross-border infrastructure, etc., etc. What might be interesting for the Korean case is that we not only have a governance framework with regard to parliamentary or government institutions, we have also a broad range of institutionalized participation in scientific advice structures. And for Germany, there are essentially 4 different institutions which play a major role in the climate policy. Partly, this role is also part of the legislation. That means it is legally binding. The first is we have this independent expert council for climate, 5 scientists which have the task to review the emissions data and to issue recommendations on policy adjustments. This has been set up in 2019, and this is the key. This is the German climate council, which is one of the institutions. The second is the Climate Action Alliance, which is a central platform for dialogue on climate policy, which is a very broad representation of the civil society, of science, of business, and other organizations. 200 organizations are organized in these climate action alliances, and these 200 organizations are organized in 15 different groups, which we call the benches. So there is a civil society bench, a science bench, a business bench, and this platform has discussed the climate programs in the past, and this is an ongoing participation forum with 2 major meetings of the plenary annually, and we have the states as observers in these climate action alliances. So this is an institutionalized hearing and participation process which is extremely broad. The third important institution is the so-called steering committee of the Science Platform and Climate Policy. This is one of the institutions I'm a member of, which consists of 8 scientists from 7 leading research organizations, which have the task to improve the scientific foundation of the climate policy programs and activities, on strategies, on the role of carbon pricing, on the role of financial markets, etc., etc. So there should inject the latest knowledge in the science arena to the political process. And this committee issues a major report each year where they indicate what are the most important challenges ahead and what are the strategic consequences and the implementation consequences. The last institution I would mention here is the so-called Expert Commission on the Energy of the Future monitoring process. This comes from the decisions on 2010 and 2011 on the acceleration of the nuclear phase-out. The scope of this commission is broader There are 4 scientists which have the task to review the federal government monitoring reports, but not only with regard to climate and greenhouse gas emission trajectories, but also all the other elements of energy policy, energy independence, and energy poverty, and costs and interactions between climate policy and energy policy, etc. So their scope is a little bit broader, and their advice is a little bit less detailed if it comes to climate policy mechanisms. If you want to have a look on what have been the key strategies which have been discussed, and this is my last slide, is important that after updates and updates and updates, and after modeling, after many modeling exercises, and after having significant experiences from the implementation process, again, we are at the moment at minus 40% emission reductions compared to 1990. So we have achieved 40% emission reduction in 30 years. And now we want to have in another 25 years another 60%. So we need to accelerate significantly the climate policy project. And what we have learned is that this climate and energy policy project can only be successful if there are 4 strategies addressed in a symmetric way, and not in a sequential way, but an integrated, symmetric and parallel way. Which is first paving the way for the climate neutral options. That has been a success story of German policy for many, many years. If it comes to energy efficiency, renewables, etc., etc., there is a need to design a smart and forward-looking policy mix because these very, very different new options need to be addressed by very, very different policy mechanisms. Which has been a blind spot besides the nuclear phase out is the strategy number 2, that there is a need to design actively the exit game for the non-sustainable asset. If it comes to nuclear, if it comes to coal, if it comes to the internal combustion engine, and if it comes on the medium term, also for natural gas. And that this exit game for this non-sustainable and high carbon asset needs to be designed actively. So we have ignored this over many years, and this strategy is part of the policy mix almost at least since 2015, when we started for the first time to design actively the coal phase out. The final decision on the nuclear phase out has been in 2011, but we realize increasingly that it's designing the exit game for the non-sustainable assets is an important strategy which must be implemented parallel to the climate neutral options. The third blind spot of the German and partly European climate strategy has been that there is a need for infrastructure adjustments which have sufficient lead times. Because at least in our governance framework and in our legal framework, major infrastructure adjustment will need a lead time of 10 years time. That means we do today infrastructure adjustment which have an impact or decisions on infrastructure adjustment which have an impact for those technologies and those strategies which will materialize in 2030. And this has been a blind spot for many, many years, and we have an increasing awareness that we need to strengthen this long-term infrastructure policy if it comes to power, which is the easy part because it is only about a rollout. It is about heat, which is the more painful part because it is about transformation. It's not only rollout, it's transformation. It's changing something without major rollout, which is a challenge for infrastructure companies in this sector. The most heated debates we have at the moment with regard to gas, because there is a part of the gas infrastructure can and shall be used for hydrogen, but a significant part of the gas infrastructure need to be decommissioned over time. And this is a regulatory issue. This is a business case issue, and this is a very painful debate we have. Obviously, transportation is an infrastructure-intensive issue, and on the long run, if it comes to the residual emissions from sectors like the cement industry or agriculture, we need to talk about CO2, and also CO2, carbon capture and storage, will require a certain part of infrastructure. And the fourth point is about innovation. We have almost all the options on the table we need for 2030, but we need to drive with much more ambition innovation processes. And the key challenge here is, and this is also an issue which is why participation is so important, that we need to avoid something what I would call the innovation paradox. Because if you talk with scientists, they have also each time they have fancy ideas on fancy new solutions, and to reflect these fancy new solutions, which are important on the medium and long term, without slowing down or blocking the implementation of those options which are available at the moment. And so not gaming future options against ready for implementation options is a key issue. And this is a challenge also for the science sectors, because we need this innovation and we need to accelerate the innovation processes, but this should not slow down the implementation of those things which can be implemented in the next couple of years without waiting for the success or maybe also the failure of solutions which are fancy and which are innovative and which might play a bigger role in the future. So I hope that I was able to give you some background on the processes which led us to the situation of climate governance and climate targets where we are at the moment, and to provide you some procedural insights, but also some of the, let's say, implementation and strategic issues which have been important for the development and the stepwise development of an ambitious climate policy so far. Thank you very much, and I will be happy for discussion, and I will also be a part of another panel. Thank you very much for this part of the agenda.
Thank you so much. And actually, you shared insightful ideas in your presentation. Thank you for that. And you shared ideas about denuclearization and also the expansion of renewable energy mix that is implemented in EU was introduced. So Mr. Matthes gave an overview of the basis of National Climate Act implementation system and action plan. In particular, he shared the historical context in which climate policy was formed and the national consensus and multi-layer governance, as well as specific institutional examples. And he shared great expertise and insightful ideas. Thank you for that. We are going to invite Ms. Yang Bin from GEYK. She is going to make a presentation about energy transition checklist. So let's invite Ms. Yang. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Yang Bin. So I'd like to share some ideas about the GHG emissions. And in order to have energy transitions, we need to check various the aspects. So I had a great concern what kind of messages should be delivered in my presentation regarding energy transition. I'd like to share various perspectives. Based on this idea, I prepared this presentation material. And we want to raise various questions about energy transition, in particular, just energy transition. So this is the diagram about energy balance. And actually, the term, the energy itself can be quite vague. So it is important to have a clear definition about energy. What is the flow of energy? I'd like to share some ideas about that. The energy actually will change our the daily practices. So when we have to change the energy mix, and we need to change our daily practices as well. When it comes to the generations and input and supply losses and consumptions, we should consider the energy mix. So I'd like to share more detailed information about this. So on the right side, and you can see the energy, the consumptions in many different the fields like industry and household transportations. As you see here, the energy is just a part of our lives because that is used in such a variety of aspects. So when you talk about energy transition, and energy transition is not just a change of energy mix. We need to change many different aspects. So beyond the change in power generation mix, it means innovation in overall energy sectors, including optimizations and improvement of low efficiency energy consumption structures. And the traditional nuclear powers and core powers need to be replaced by renewable energies. Then where we can generate energies and how we can achieve energy transitions, we need to think about this. What will be used to generate energy, where and how to produce and consume energy, and who will own and control the energy facility, which is related to energy governance issues. And last but not least, it is important to ask the following question, which is what role will citizens play in the transition process? So rather than citizens only use the energies, they can actively participate as main stakeholders in order to realize energy transitions. And these are some more information about where we can make energy transitions. So let's look into where we can make energy transition. In order to answer to this question, we need to think about various aspects. We need to talk about energy transition. We do not picture Seoul. We think about the other local areas which we involved in various projects. Or the localities should make a great efforts. Based on that, we can meet 1.5 degrees Celsius targets. Renewable energy, so that is the decentralized aspects. In the energy mix, when it's the current thermal power plants and nuclear power plants, they are representative centralized energy system. But renewable energy has originally produced these systems. That's why we need to go into renewable energies. So from the far left, you can see the data about Seoul and Ulsan and Chungnam areas. And at the bottom, you can see energy consumptions in different sectors. So from the color, you can see the energy mix and energy consumption characteristics are very different depending on the path. When it comes to Seoul, most of energy consumption is made in household and transportations. And when you see Ulsan and Chungnam area, and most of the energy is consumed in industrial sector because those are representative industrial complexity. So next, who can bear responsibility regarding energy transitions? So when you see the photo on the left side, you can see the Chungnam and the Gyeongnam and the Ulsan have a great the reduction risk. Reduction risk is an indicator showing how much each region is exposed to risk in the process of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. From this data, you might think Chungnam and Gyeongnam Ulsan have a high amount of generation. That's why they have a great responsibility for GHG reductions. But that is not all. Actually, that the electricity and power generated in those areas are consumed in other areas as well. So all other parts that are consuming all this electricity and power should participate in order to reduce the GHG emissions. So let's look into Seoul City. Actually, Seoul has a high amount of energy use, but when we see the reduction risk, that is very low because the production itself is very low in Seoul. So when you see the second graph, Seoul is very visible because production facility is very low in Seoul City. And the other graph, which is the third graph, shows electricity self-sufficiency. The electricity self-sufficiency is a ratio between power generation and power consumption, and Seoul, which has no power generation facilities and use a lot of electricity, ranks the lowest. So Chungnam and the Seoul cases can be compared here. So when it comes to Chungnam, this electricity self-sufficiency is 235%. Seoul is at 3.9%. When you see the energy plans, actually, the Chungnam is making great the productions. While the Chungnam has a high self-sufficiency regarding energy generations, the Seoul has only one digit the number, which is 3.9%. When I see the data from 2020, and actually the sufficiency has been slightly increased in Seoul to 11%, but when it comes to the original target, which is 20%, the Seoul has a very low figure indeed. And when the Seoul's number is compared to that of other cities, the Seoul's number is very small indeed. So the energy transition and the responsibility should not be limited to a few the regions, and the cities and regions which have a very low the energy the sufficiency should bear responsibilities. So when you see images on the left, and you can see there are efforts made regarding energy transitions in many parts. But it is important to have an energy transition effort in urban areas as well. I live in Seoul City, so as a Seoul citizen, I actually look into what kind of effort is made in Seoul metropolitan city in order to realize energy transitions. So when it comes to the energy demand and the supply, and what is the situation in Seoul, I studied the data. And the Seoul metropolitan city is making effort such as energy demand management plans. So the building retrofit project are taking place in Seoul by Seoul metropolitan government. But the participation and engagement of citizens is very low regarding this. And even though metropolitan city government in Seoul want to improve efficiency in public buildings and other social welfare buildings, but still the number is not great regarding energy transitions. And also the Seoul metropolitan city government have making effort regarding an energy transition. So they want to focus on renewable energy expansions. Initially, the PV generation target was 1 gigawatt, but that was reduced by 500 megawatt. So originally, Seoul metropolitan city's target was 1 gigawatt by the year 2022, but that has been reduced. And another aspect is the budget allocation in Seoul metropolitan governments. And when I see the budget data, which was set for the 2022, actually the budget has been reduced in Seoul metropolitan city regarding the green buildings. Originally, Seoul metropolitan city allocated some amount of money to have green transitions in buildings, to have green and the buildings. And initially, they set aside 1 trillion won. That was the original plan, but that has been greatly reduced. Though lowering the target of Seoul's solar power supply due to difficulties in finding photovoltaic site, there has been reductions regarding renewable energy expansion, and also the budget has been reduced as well. So I believe that more the strong will and determination is required by Seoul Metropolitan City government. So regarding energy transitions, it is important to have a full participation of all related cities and regions. And based on that, we can have a better result about energy transitions. Seoul has a very low energy self-sufficiency, but Seoul Metropolitan City is using great amount of energy, so further effort is required. When it comes to the cities and regions which have a low self-sufficiency regarding the energies, more the plans should be made up. I believe the following measures can be considered. In order to enhance participation of many people, we should consider the following questions. Is there any way to engage in energy transitions without directly owning space or buildings? The local energy plan and the local government regulation should include the participation of residents in renewable energy projects such as solar power, and various renewable energy projects should be established as well. And also, we should consider the following question. Is it possible these solar panels can be installed on the rooftop of public buildings and public parking space and the main road? And so, by having additional places, the PV generation can be increased as well. And after finding candidate site, it is necessary to secure the stable budget and to resolve conflict with the residents. The Seoul Metropolitan City also making effort in order to find the candidate site for the photovoltaic generations. So the effort should be made to have an additional site and in order to have an engagement of residents in the future. So when you see the images on the left side, so this is the news article. I just read in newspaper. The playground is disappearing in order to create a parking space. So there are complaints about lack of a parking space. So playground was transformed into parking space. So we should consider the new aspect about energy transitions. And when the places turn into parking place, and I believe we are kind of encouraged of using for the energies and for the use of vehicles. So we should have different approaches. Then who should make energy transitions, which is related to governance of energies? We should consider whether it is possible to embrace the participation of local residents. The companies and making a great effort in order to have energy transitions. And the companies are also producing GHG emissions. So they should bear responsibilities. And the big companies and large size companies, they actually engaged in carbon-related projects, but sometimes they are cited as ESG companies, and also sometimes they are cited as the companies that provide the solutions for the climate crisis. And also the financial support is provided to those companies without conditions. So whether it is right, and we should consider this one as well. And Hyundai also had some issues regarding this, the energy use and the emissions. And the company's responsibility should be further considered. And also it is important to take attentively what the next generation have to say. So the ideas and opinions of the young generation should be asked. So their opinions should be reflected as well. And you can see the sentences here. Well, in the future, the society, it is important to give opportunity for the younger generation, to share their ideas. But unlike this statement, there are lack of opportunities for young generation to participate and to share their ideas. And the power plant workers and well, other the stakeholders should also invite you to share their ideas as well. So who can make the energy transition? I'd like to go back to this question again. So I believe local citizens should play the leaderships, and also without their participation, we cannot have the fruitful and tangible results. And every day, the practices should be changed, and also citizens should be participated in order to generate necessary the plans and the programs. Even though it is the ask to invite the young generation and the citizens, but it is not quite there is not quite a solid plan to invite them. Now, let me take an example of Shinan County. When they have an energy project in Shinan, and where citizens were not quite did not actively participated in this case. So cooperatives and actually participated, and also citizens and participated here as well. But as you see the data here, the number of the citizens and their contributions is small compared to other stakeholders. So, well, citizens, the participation and how they can participate further, they should be considered. The energy decentralization plans should be made first, so it is important to create environments where citizens can actively participate. And I'd like to emphasize the following two factors. First, what kind of the mechanisms can be established in order to embrace their participants? On the left side, you can see images about stakeholders. So on the y-axis, you can see the impact on outcomes, and x-axis is about interest in outcomes. So you have you can see 4 different quadrants. So stakeholders' influence can be differently analyzed in these 4 quadrants. In order to enhance participation of residents, it should be necessary to have a various mechanism. Based on that, the German cases and the Danish cases, we can see active participation from many stakeholders, and also communication should be made in a very active way. If the central government only have the leaderships, and we cannot have greater discussions collecting various opinions, it is important to share the ideas, and two-way communication is necessary. Designing a structure of participation that can range from information transfer to dialogue should be prepared. So the easy and friendly languages should be used in order to communicate with the residents. So metaphors and also the empathetic languages can be used as well in order to earn heart of local residents. So this is the last page of my presentation. Actually, I raised the various questions about energy transition and energy decentralizations. So I'd like to summarize what I said earlier. So what should be done now? Well, this is a quite important question we should answer. And we should say goodbye to fossil fuel and focus on renewable energies. We do not have a greater distribution of renewable energies in our society. So, we need to have the step-by-step approaches. And we have a 2030 targets and also 2050 targets. And there are the various obstacles which block the expansion of renewable energies. So that should be resolved first. And after that, we can go for the carbon neutralities, and net zero can be achieved based on this effort. And also, well, it is the necessary to find out the necessary technologies as well in order to find answer to the current questions. So these are the important questions. And also energy use the reductions and the consumption management are required in this case. And also normalizing electricity rate is required as well in Korean society. And we need to imagine what kind of life the citizens will lead and what new life cycle will be needed to achieve the greenhouse gas reduction goals. We should answer to this question as well. So imagination is required in order to have a better future. But if working hours are reduced, then how we can change our daily lives? Due to COVID-19 and well, the traffic has been reduced, so and also working hours has been reduced as well. Now, accordingly, the use of energy was reduced as a result. So I raised this question: what if working hours are reduced? This is not only question we should contemplate. We can imagine the possible futures and raise various questions in order to shape our future, better society. And also, we should think about the various new ways of lifestyle in order to make a better society. So I actually exceeded my presentation time, so I cannot go further. And I believe the panelists will make further questions about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was great presentation on the 5 W's and 1 H and why, who, and how, and where, and what we need to do, and what questions we need to ask in the process of the energy transition. And in 10 years and 30 years, we have this target for the GHG emissions as a target, but we need to think about how it affects our own life and our living space. Now we're going to invite Byung-chun from REPLUS. We'll talk about the accessibility and utilization of energy data. I forgot to mention this to presenters, but please keep it time to 20 minutes, please. So Mr. Yoo, please. Hello, I am Byung-chun from REPLUS. Thank you for inviting me to this great opportunity. With the Seoul City government, we work to build the energy data accessibility and energy data platform to help the city government and Seoul people in building or developing the platform, how we could gather the data and how the citizen could use this platform. I think I can provide you some insights. So I think this is a great opportunity at a time when we are trying to say goodbye to the coal and nuclear. So I hope my presentation can be helpful for your discussion. So let me start.
네, 잘 보이시나요?
So can you see my slide? So my presentation is on the energy data accessibility and use case. Yang Ye-min, the previous speaker, covered on the consumption data of by sector. To get this data, we need to have access to the diverse energy centers or institutes, and we have to get their data. And the citizen or the local people find it hard to access the data. So to fix this, we came up with this platform. And when you go to the next slide, this is how our dashboard looks like. You can see the carbon emissions and energy consumption of Seoul City on this main page. There are 25 other municipal counties, and also you can see by district data. And of course, you can narrow it down to a building level. And but due to the privacy issues, we don't display the data. But here, if you have the consent of the subscribers, then you can show the consumption of electricity, gas, tap water, and heat. And also, as you can see here, you can see the community tab where the citizens can share their information and diverse contents on how to save energy. And I will cover more in later slides. I'm sorry. So this is the contents of my presentation. Let me share it again.
네, 발표 순서는
So this is the contents of my presentation.
에너지 정보 플랫폼의 큰
First, start of the energy platform was the needs of the city government to see the data at a glance and more breakdown data by district and county, and citizens want to have access to the data as well. These were the needs, and the data on the Act 10 of the Green Building Act, the Ministry of Land and Infrastructure and Transport gathered the data, and the CAPCO also has these real-time data and the eco mileage from Seoul City, and the Office of the Water Works also gathered the tap water data, and we wanted to put it into one place and turn it into data that can be meaningful to citizens so that they can save the energy and they can participate in energy transition by sharing this data. So with that in purpose, we build this platform. Let me show you the keywords. First, for the electricity, gas, and heat, we wanted to gather the data in one place. And also from the CAPCO, they have the real-time data, and we wanted to pull that out. And also at the district level, when they go to the district community center, they can also see the data or by building type. And that was how the platform was designed. Or for the research centers, they may use this data. And we categorize the types of the buildings, more details. And to have the credibility of the data, we compare that with the Ministry of the Land and Infrastructure and Transport. And the scope of the service is not just about the Seoul City, but if you consent, then you can see the data by the apartment, by district, and by building. So many people can use and subscribe the data to get more information on this energy consumption. And before we developed the platform, we benchmarked other global cases. And let me show you the green button platform case. And the things we learned from their case was that users can check their consumption and see the patterns of consumption to improve their behaviors. And they have this environment or platform. That was one key message. And for the policymakers, they can develop more relevant and detailed policies based on the data. So that was the things that we considered in building the platform. What you see now, I mean, still the public is not really that interested in their energy consumption because of the lack of the data. And there is a part from the Korea Appraiser Board. They provide the data on the apartment, and the Ministry of the Environment also built this green building portal, and you can see your house's energy consumption data, but they are not really visualized and hard to read. And for the KEPCO data, it only provides the electricity data, and SoulCD's program, the eco mileage, they provide electricity, gas, and heat. However, it's not really comprehensive because you need to also care about the city and the district level data. As the previous speaker just mentioned, the demand management is important, and to have phase out of nuclear and coal, we need to use limited resources and share that with people. And to do that, this energy data must be shared with greater accessibility so that we can better use the limited resources. To do this, we need to have a better understanding of the energy consumption at my city and the county and the town and district level so that we can have more relevant policies are made. But to do that, these websites provide only limited data. So the energy data platform is where all this data from the Ministry of the Land and Transport and the KEPCO and the Office of Waterworks are all gathered so that we can support the policymakers, and the managers of the apartments and the buildings can see the data and think about how they can save the energy with the contents from this platform. And in particular, I'm sorry, the slide here shows the data available on the energy data platform. We used to have this data at KEPCO and the Ministry of the Land and Transport, but the public could not get full access to the data. It was only limited. Mostly that was only available for certain research centers or some service providers or the policymakers. But what's important here is that we need to make it available and accessible to the people and the building managers. Then we can provide a very meaningful input, and we can encourage them to come up with better ideas to save energy. I'm sorry, and I will skip this. If you go to the chapter 4, let me show you the UI screens. And I want to also demonstrate how it works on the actual website. First, here you can see this, the district level energy consumption compared to previous years. And you can also select a certain period, whether the consumption increased or not. And then you can see which district increased their consumption across the Seoul city. And you can have better analysis with this detailed data. And you can also go further deep down at this county level. So you can click the county, and then you can see the electricity, gas, and the water and heat And if there is any extraordinary pattern comes up, then you need to pay more attention to that district or county. And we also need to look into the type of building. It's important because we can see which type is more energy consuming or better for energy efficiency. So by type of building, we also need to care more about these patterns. And this slide is one policy project of the Seoul City government, Energy Self-Sustaining Village. And the people voluntarily participate in this village program. It's kind of the community. So you can also see the progress and achievements, and you can provide more incentives if they are doing well, or if they are not meeting the goals, you can tell them how they can do better. So we have this performance management tool as well. And also this is for the building managers. And for the CAPCO, they have this real-time data, and you can manage the consumption patterns and how they can save the energy. So you can see how much electricity, gas, and water and heat you are using, and what about your community level data. That was how the platform was designed. And the next slide is for the community center. When you go in there, they have this screen with the dashboard, which shows the greenhouse gas emissions of that town or community, and how that can be translated into the impacts on the environment. And you can also have the latest updates here, the apartments of that community, their data. And also here you see the energy break, which is for demand management, which is to encourage lots of participation by the citizen. So let me actually access the platform and let me demonstrate how it looks like. Can you see the screen? This is the energy data platform. When you log in, then you can see this main page. This is for the entire Seoul city, electricity, gas, water, and heat. And by district, you can also see or monitor their consumption. And when you click district, then you can see further breakdown by county level. If certain county has more buildings which consume energy, then they might have a high consumption of the power, and it's very visualized, and you can check the status. And this is the data by district, their energy consumption level. Okay, so it worked. I was just surprised that the pop-up doesn't show, but it works anyway. You can see which district is doing well, working hard. It's a very intuitive interface. Of course, Gangnam district has a lot of buildings, and they may have higher consumption of energy, and you can see what they are doing. So this is about the energy self-sufficiency town or village, and their whole status. And when you go to community center by district, you can also see the dashboard. And if you click different district or different county, then you can see their data as well.
가스에 대한 온실가스
Electricity, gas, greenhouse gas emissions are all in there.
지역별로 보면
And by region or district,
내용을 볼 수가 있고요.
you can see the data.
여기서 서대문구 말고 다른 자치
And not the Seodaemun district. If you click the other one,
내용도 다
then you can also see their data as well.
물론 각각의 자치구별
And also their building, gas, power, consumption. And on the database, we have 607 types of buildings. And you can also sort the data out by the type of building.
지역구를 선택하면 타 지역
So when you click the district, you can compare with the other districts.
각각 에너지와
And also by use, I mean the housing, commercial, public, and you can also sort the data out by the purpose. And also you can download it on the spreadsheet. All this data is available on the spreadsheet. You can download it. And with that downloaded spreadsheet, you can use it for your research or analysis.
그리고
And
여기 있네.
here,
단위별로
by
또
regional level, Seoul City,
추이를 볼 수가 있게 돼요.
Seodaemun District, Namgaja County, then you can have this further breakdown. If certain district has like the unusual pattern, then you can have this further broken down data.
자치구의 다른
For the other districts and the other counties, you can also compare their energy consumption.
보시면 그래서 각각의
So
행정동별로 타구 행정
by county,
추이를 같이 비교해
you can compare the different patterns. So our district, how are we doing, and what we need to pay more attention to is what you can decide from this data.
관리 같은 경우
And the performance management page shows the energy sufficient town.
에너지 자립마
And for each district, how many such towns are there, what are their emissions, and you can also generate reports.
또한 여기서 관심 있게 봐야 될
And the other thing I want you to pay more attention to is, I mean, what I just showed you were about this energy data, and it's like this general system with the data and the graphs, but this one is for the citizen. Depending on how much you can be involved and engaged here, you can make it very powerful. So,
온실가스 자가진
for example, you have this greenhouse gas self-assessment, energy self-assessment, and the energy library and energy policy information. What are the tips for energy saving? And also, at times, you may get the consulting or advice from the experts.
그리고 서울시에서 하고 있는
And there are different initiatives of Seoul City government, and also the Energy Local Challenge is where you can share your best practices and you can share the data as well.
이렇게 온실가스 같은 경우는 자가
So this is kind of the checklist for self-assessment.
진단 결과를 확인하면
And you can answer these questions and then you can see where you are now. And they can show you your current status and they compare your past performance. as well. So due to the time constraints, I cannot cover more details. But last but not least, to summarize, this type of the platform for a more data accessibility for citizens is really important. Of course, how we can utilize that and how we can promote that is another challenge for us moving forward. But as I mentioned before, we need to think about how we can share and consume in a reasonable manner the limited resources with more people. So I think in that regard, this can be the very first starting point. And in this regard, the energy data platform can be a good way to gather data and share the data with citizens as an important or meaningful solution for citizens. So taking this opportunity, I hope you will promote this and provide us the feedback, and please use it more. Thank you very much. Thank you, Yoo Byung-chun from REPLUS. Thank you for the presentation. It was about the efficient energy management of the buildings, and they built this platform for more accessibility with this integrated data. And we can also learn about the policy information as well. And thank you for the demonstration as well. And it was really great that we can think about what it means for the energy transition and the public effectiveness in terms of the energy data and accessibility. That was for the presentations, and we want to also invite 3 panelists from Agora Energiewende, Dr. Yeom, Kwang-hee, 60 Hertz, CEO Kim Jong-kyu, and also we have Min-seong, researcher from Gwnagju Green Energy Technology Subcommittee. First, I'd like to invite Dr. Yeom, Kwang-hee from Agora Energiewende for 15 minutes to have discussion. Please make your presentation by 5. Please invite him. Hello, I'm working at Agora Energiewende, a think tank in Berlin. I heard the great presentations from 3 presenters. I'm now in Germany and Berlin, so I want to talk about the Germany's policy case and what it means for Korea. I think that's what you will find helpful. And also, Dr. Matthes also talked about the policy on the climate protection and climate change. So I will talk about the nuclear and the renewable energy. So it will be more about this energy transition that I will cover in my presentation. So first, let me share my screen. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen? Okay. So the presentation is about the achievements and the implications of Germany's energy transition. First, before we talk about the renewable energy, let me show you another slide. Sorry, I missed it. I forgot to include it. This is the German energy decrease. When you talk about the energy, it is about the growing the renewables and the phasing out the nuclear. And nuclear, we only talk about the supply. But if we care about if we care only about that, we need to increase the capacity of the renewables, and it will cause more conflicts in the towns where they have a lot of renewable infrastructure. So first step is to reduce the energy consumption. This is about this primary energy consumption. In 1995, it was about 14,500 petajoule, but in 2019, it went down to 12,000, and last year it went down a lot. I mean, mainly thanks to the COVID-19. But anyway, this energy consumption is going down steadily. It's not just a natural thing where it didn't just happen. German people worked hard to make it happen. To give you facts, in European Union, Germany has a high electricity price, and it's like 3 times higher than Korea. And if we even forget that the water price is like 7 to 9 times higher than in Korea. So if you consume or if you use the water and power as much as you do in Korea, you're gonna cost a lot. So you need to think about why the price is so low in Korea. In Germany, they are not really doing that to make money. I mean, in Korea, I think it's unusually low compared to the other countries. And to make it up for, the taxes are, although you don't see it, tax revenues are spent to support the power generation. Anyway, in Korea, the price of water and electricity is low, and that's driving the energy consumption. I found the statistics last year across Germany. In Germany, they have 88 million people, and a year they spend 559 terawatt, but in Korea, we generated 552 terawatt. So 88 million people spend 559 terawatt, and that's almost equivalent to what we generate in Korea. So you can see how the German people worked hard and where they are now with that hard efforts. Let me go back to my slide. So this energy consumption is going steadily down, and also they are increasing the portion of renewables dramatically. And you might be familiar with this, as you see so in news articles. And in terms of the power consumption, 45.4% is from the renewables. You can compare the power mix from 2010 and 2020, and renewable, their portion increased almost 3 times. Nuclear cut half, and the coal was also cut a lot. And how they could increase the renewables, they have this very innovative and creative law engaging the citizen with this Renewable Act. And in 2000, the coalition party with the Socialist Democratic Party and the Green Party made a law. It was not just made overnight. Since 1990s, in the civil society, they worked really hard. And in particular, in the Aachen is a city in the west of Germany, and there the NGOs persuaded the city government. They want to have these PV panels, but it's too expensive and no one wants to have it. So the PV generated power should be bought by the city government. And in 1995, the city government decided to buy this solar power at a very expensive price, and other cities saw their case and they adopted the same case. And finally, in 2000, the federal government also adopted this law, and that's how they could have this rapid increase of the renewables across the country. And the second slide. So with this increase of the renewable, who took the leading part here? As of late last year, 118 gigawatt capacity of the renewable energy infrastructure was built. This one is the general public, and the Landwirten is the farmers. But the farmers are also a part of the general public. But the renewable infrastructure in the rural areas is a very huge part. So from the renewable perspective, they have this farmer and non-farmer public. When you combine them all, it's around 40%. So they are coming from this general public, not the large corporations. So these individuals with the renewable infrastructure in their own places or houses, they account for or 40% of the renewables. So that's the achievement. In terms of the nuclear power plant, well, there were many ups and downs. In 2002, the coalition party of Germany revised the Nuclear Act, and they decided to have a phase out and close the nuclear power plants that are end of life. And around the Fukushima accident, Germany had this argument whether they will delay it or not. But right after the Fukushima accident, Merkel decided that they will close all the nuclear power plants by 2022, and by late this year, 3 nuclear power plants will be closed, and late next year, the last 3 will be closed. Then Germany will not have any nuclear power plants with the full phase out. And by doing this, they are now cutting down these greenhouse gas emissions. Last year, the German government had a plan. By 2020, they will cut like 40% of the 1990s level, and they made it. Last year, the COVID-19 had some impact, and energy consumption went down, and greenhouse gas emissions went down as well. But anyway, they cut down this 40.8% of greenhouse gas emissions, but without having the COVID-19, maybe they might have not achieved that target. So far, I talked about the renewable and energy transition in Germany and their achievements. But I mean, from now on, they still have a long way to go. In Korea, they are doing everything they can and really struggling to make it work. But from now to 2050, to have this net zero, Germany needs to work harder. And in particular, from 2030 to 2045, to achieve net zero, they need to try different technologies, things that are not available or commercialized in the market. They need to make it work to achieve greenhouse gas emissions. That's a challenge. And in particular, in terms of the energy transition, the renewables must be expanded further with the Agora and Dr. Matthes Institute, Oeko-Institut, and the other institutes are working to come up with a plan how we can achieve the net zero by 2045. For renewables, by 2045, they must have 600 gigawatts, although now they only have like 118 gigawatts, so they need to increase it like 5 times to achieve net zero by then. And if the energy efficiency goes as planned or it's not working well, then you need to build more capacity for the renewables. Due to time constraints, let me go to the conclusion. Success factors for energy transition. First one is the active participation of the civil society. Since 1975, they had this nuclear phase-out movement, and also Bill is another movement for the anti-nuclear, and the neo-socialists say that that was the really organized and the first movement for the neo-socialist movement. And along the way, the Institute of the applied technology was born along the way, and the Energiewende was the title of a book published at the time in the 1980s, and the Korean translation is that coal and uranium-free growth and prosperity, and that is the Energiewende, which is the energy transition, and that was the title of a book, and that is the theme of today's seminar or event. And after Chernobyl accident, Germany really felt the need to achieve the energy transition and nuclear phase out. And this civil society has become a political power, and that's how we can have these achievements. In 1980, they had this Green Party, and after that, they had this coalition party of the Green Party and Socialist Democratic Party. And this nuclear phase-out has become a policy of the federal government. And according to a scholar who analyzed this transition, the coalition had this discourse of the ecological modernization. And this ecological modernization, I mean, from our perspective, it can be seen as a very radical thing, but for the German society at the time, there was more about the de-radicalized movement. So the ecological modernization was an attempt to have settlement with the mainstream economic theory of the time. So my point here is that 3, 4, or a couple of households, if they work hard to have the energy transition, that may not work. But at a national level or at a municipal government level, if they seek to protect the climate and have energy transition, they must have this institutionalization. And just transition is also a good thing, but for just a transition, we must have democratic and non-violent way of transition for the climate protection. And to do that, we must have the consensus of many people. And to do that, we need to have compromise or de-radicalization. And Germany, moving forward, it has many challenges. And it also has a very good foundation for political process. And I was so envy about this. They have a very clear political leadership. And traditionally, they have this network of the cooperation. I mean, the Dr. Matthes is the advisor to the government. And that is really ensured. And that is very horizontally implemented, and that's really respected. So what do we need to do in Korea? First, we need to institutionalize the policies. We need to have a law in place. Germany had this timeline and legally binding targets into the law with the Renewable Energy Act and the Nuclear Power Act, so we must have these legal grounds in place. However, even until the National Assembly sessions last year, the administration was just trying to move without changing the laws, so we couldn't see what we wanted to achieve. And to do that, we need to enhance the capabilities of the civil society. Fortunately, in Korea, we are seeing many NGOs and think tanks. Also, as Dr. Matthes works, the Institute of Applied Ecology or the Agora Energiewende are the major parties supporting this cause. So I believe the civil society of Korea must enhance their capabilities. In Aachen, Germany, they had this first start of the movement, and this discourse on climate protection was spread with this innovative experiment. So civil society should play more active role and focus on enhancing their capabilities. I'm sorry, so that's it for me.
Thank you. Thank you for the comment. And actually, he shared implications which was implemented in Germany. And also the role of civic society was mentioned. And the policy rules was emphasized in his presentation as well. So in order to have a successful energy transition in Korea, it is necessary to strengthen capacity of civil society in Korea. So that was an insightful presentation. And now we are going to invite Mr. Kim Jong-kyu from 60 Hertz. 15 minutes will be given, so please complete your presentation by 5:20. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to the organizers for inviting me in this great occasion. Actually, I had 3 presentations, so I'd like to make a brief comment about presentation, and after that, I'd like to share my opinions. I will make my talks briefly. So I'd like to make some comment to the first presentation. It was quite interesting to see the German case. I have a great interest about hydrogen. So by the year 2030, and actually the policies regarding hydrogen will be greatly implemented. So that will be the year of 2030. Korean government also accelerating effort in order to have a hydrogen. So actually we learned from ESS in order to promote that. There have been great effort and aggressive policies were made. So once the ESS market was actually covered by Korean industries. So in relatively short period of time, Korean companies have grown, but there was some side effect as well. So fire case is one problem indeed. So in order to overcome those the challenges, actually Korean companies made effort, but this fire the incident case could not be well resolved. So I can say this ESS is still in winter stage. Well, Korea actually made accelerated effort regarding ESS at so I thought about the implications. And I believe the green hydrogen will be used in Germany, so that will be further expanded by the year 2030. But is it viable to further promote the hydrogen-based the businesses and also the practices? Where could we get the hydrogen? That will be the first question we should answer to. And there will be other side effect as well. So we should come up with the viable measures. Whether green hydrogen can be produced in eco-friendly way, we need to have discussions about that. If the policy goes into wrong directions, we should take close monitoring and make an effort to change the directions. So regarding the second presentation, I'd like to make the following comments. And actually, I looked into the data about Seoul City. So the energy self-sufficiency was once 20%, but now it is about 4%. Seoul is a metropolitan city. That is a mega city, which is huge. So when the previous the mayor was in place, he made creative attempts in order to provide green buildings. He made innovative approaches. And the PV panels installed in high numbers. So the veranda place of high-rise buildings and apartment blocks are used in order to establish the photovoltaic panels, and that was a new attempt made by the mayor of Seoul metropolitan city. When you think about the future, which is focused on renewable energies, I believe the metropolitan city government can make a great the roles indeed, because it is a mega city. It is important to have a flexible measures. In Seoul, there mega size power generation the facilities, but in very flexible manner. The Seoul metropolitan city can generate the electricities and energies. And in the near future, Seoul city will transform into the city which can generate a small amount of electricity. So one example can be vehicle to grid, and also by utilizing other creative and innovative measures, Seoul metropolitan city can also generate powers and electricity. So there are much rooms we can explore for the future. Now, last but not least, I'd like to make some comments about presentation made by Mr. Yoo Byung-chun. I myself also involved in IT and other solution developments, so I have a great interest about Mr. Yoo's presentations. And well, when it comes to the energy, this data can be fully utilized. Currently, this data, the platforms is used for health and other industries, but of course, the energy can be another promising sector which can fully utilize the semi-data platforms. When you have a well-established system to utilize this data, then that will be great. The use of gas consumptions and the use of electric consumptions, and that they can be actually well figured out by using various solutions, but that solutions is not very easy to use. So it will be important to provide easy to use platforms so that citizens can get information in very easy ways. Based on that, they can reduce their the consumptions. So, well, there are many innovative ways as well. With 2 mouse clicks, for example, the data can be accessed and the citizens can view their consumptions. When we give convenience, then and we can have the great adoptions. Actually, public companies like Capcos and these companies have a great amount of data, so those data can be utilized, and also KPI can be developed in order to see the performances. So, well, if we have an effort based on the public open data, we can make new innovative approaches. Like this, I shared some comments about 3 presentations. And there is the suggestions I'd like to share. So my suggestion is, so RE100. So that is playing great the role indeed. So how about the future of RE100? So companies that is only using reliable energies created RE100, and Korean companies also have a great interest as well. World-renowned companies want to join the league of RE100, and also Korean government and is promoting participation in RE100. In order to enhance the participation of RE100, we should actually make the effort. The company should make effort in order to encourage participation of a large number of companies. Currently, the many manufacturing companies which are using great amount of energies are mainly joining RE100. And well, I believe if citizens are willing to pay premiums, then the companies, especially manufacturing companies, and want to join RE100. Well, when the renewable energy is used in order to produce products, inevitably the product's price can go.
I think it is important to find a way through which individuals and the groups can use renewable energies. We should initiate our effort right now. I believe that it's a good timing because people's awareness about climate change issues are increasing. So there are increasing number of individuals and groups who want to use renewable energies. The number will increase in even more fast speed in the future. When the amount of energies consumed by these consumers are combined, the size will be considerable and there will be considerable size of the market. At certain point, these groups can make a crucial roles in order to expand renewable energies. The Korean government policies, some of them cannot be supported by the renewable energy consumers. I'd like to take an example of REC, which is a renewable energy certificate. Korean government issued REC to biomass and fuel cell based on gray hydrogen. In order to expand ESS, Korean government enhanced the weighted value for ESS to 5.0, and there are quite a number of renewable energy consumers who do not support such a policy. Today we have a great discussion about Germany, so let me take a few examples about Germany because I once lived there and I know about the market. In Germany, there are a number of electricity providers. One of them is Greenpeace Energy. Greenpeace members are engaged in electricity trading. Greenpeace Energy established the concept of greenness and they engaged in the electricity trading.
Actually, the green the definition can be made, and also the government does not have this effort. Now, actually, in order to have a green and the businesses and the companies are making the great effort indeed. So we should refer to German cases. So by having close collaborations, and we can have the better the outcomes. We can have green practices in Korea as well, so that we can have better campaigns and green practices. Rather than only manufacturing companies participate RE100, and more companies and also small size groups and individuals can participate, and based on that, we can have good result. Thank you.
Thank you. We are running out of time, so thank you for making your presentation very quick. For the three presenters, you made a comment and you talked about what role the civil society will play and the SMEs and the individuals, how they can contribute to the RE100 and how they can redefine the green and the energy issues. Thank you for the proposal. And now we will move to Min-seong, researcher of the Gwnagju Green Energy Technology Subcommittee. Please make it within 15 minutes. Hello, I am Min-seong, a researcher of the Gwnagju Green Energy Technology Subcommittee. I'm supporting the green energy agenda. First of all, thank you for inviting me to the Green Transition Public Sphere on 5 Ws and 1 H of energy transition. So far, the focus was more about what to do, so how we can turn the fossil fuel energy-based system into the green energy. And taking this opportunity, I think we can have more detailed discussion and thought process based on the 5 Ws and 1 H. And I want to share my screen. So first, can you see my screen? Based on the presentations in this session, I thought about the production and consumption of energy. Dr. Kwang-hee mentioned, and other presenters also mentioned, So far, the energy industry was focused more on supply side, and that was how we decided the energy source. But when you have the energy transition, not just the supply, but the demand and the consumer will play a bigger role. So we need to think about that as well. I'm now working on the electricity and the industry. So this slide is only covering the electricity system. The energy supply system so far was more about a few power generators. They plan the demand only a few days before, and then based on the national plan, they plan for the supply. So it was more about non-flexible planning, and it was really centralized on a few energy suppliers led by the government. And the background of such energy supply was to provide a steady supply of the energy in a stable manner. So the economic feasibility and the stable supply were the key focus. And the coal and nuclear power generation was used to, they had these limitations in terms of the pooling and energy generation, but for economic viability in a few regions, they were used to supply the energy. So when we have this energy transition, who will be changed? It's not just a few service providers anymore, but a lot of the stakeholders or suppliers will be there, and consumers will be prosumer, consumer and producer. And renewables will be generated in regions where they have the wind and solar energy. So the infrastructure can be set up in different regions to supply this energy. And renewable energy is not a fossil fuel or fuel. So it's hard to predict the availability. They can really forecast the weather only a few days or weeks ago. So you should have a real-time forecasting and adjustment. And in the future, you can have very flexible adjustment in demand and supply. And when you have the coal-free and nuclear-free, we can increase the renewable facilities. And for renewables, it's hard to predict and forecast, and you may not have the enough supply when you want the energy. So in addition to the renewable infrastructure, you must have the ESS as a part of your energy mix. And also, the emission-free energy must be the priority in our power generation system. For example, Jeju Island had this windmill and wind power generation plants, and the generation was too much, and they even controlled the power output. And for now, the system is there, but when you have energy transition, the renewables will take the priority, and we can complement the other demand with the other energy sources with the transition. And also the renewable energy sources were focused on the power generation facilities. So not just the power, but transport, heating, and there are the other different energy sources. And we need to think about the electrification. For example, EV cars are one example. And when we have that, the energy sources that were not covered with the power or the electricity can be linked with the other energy sources like the sector coupling. So the heating energy and the powerful heat, this decoupling can be also used for the energy.
제가 가장 중점적으로 두고 있는 부분은 바로 어디서인데요.
What is most important thing is where we can make this achievement. And actually, in the past, we had a few concentrated the places to have a renewable energy generation. But in the future, in many different places, reflecting each different characteristics of each region, and different renewable energies will be generated. So the generation can be taking place in many different locations. In the previous the case, and the speaker talked about coalition and the solidarity among different consumers. In the past, actually, suppliers made a decision, and the consumers did not have much decisions to make. So just the electricity and power was generated to consumers, and they was a receiving end. The consumers was a receiving end to use the supply, the electricity and power. But microgrid can be generated in communities, and also in very different scale and the size. The generation can be made, and also the consumption reduction effort can be made in various programs as well. And also renewable energy, it has different characteristics depending on the seasons and depending on the amount of wind actually generated amount can be different. So the volatility is one issue regarding renewable energies. So we should find the solutions regarding this as well. When we want to have energy transitions, the amount and quality of the electricity and power should be decided. And now we only rely on the suppliers, but in the energy transitions, and actually as a prosumers and consumers can generate electricity, and also they can have a direct transactions regarding electricity and also power as well. As Dr. Yeom said, and it is important to have a dramatic reduction of consumption. So this is a role of the customers. And high efficiency products can be used, and also the various pricing schemes can be when various pricing scheme is introduced, and the consumers should be willing to pay the additional premiums as well. The energy information and the system, and they can be open to general public, so general public can figure out how much energy is consumed by himself and herself. And based on this information, the consumption reduction efforts can be made by general citizens as well. In the past, the customers on the passive side, but in the future, together with other citizens, more proactive roles can be made by consumers in energy transition society in the future. That's what I am picturing. So in Gwnagju City, regarding energy transitions, and there are a few activities, so I'd like to introduce some of them. An energy self-efficiency city plan was established in Gwnagju, and by the year 2045, Gwnagju wants to be self-sufficiency city regarding energies. And also later, Gwnagju City made a declaration about the net zero. Still, more effort should be made in order to truly implement that. As I said, the effort from the supply side and the consumer side should be made. Based on this effort, Gwnagju City can truly be the energy self-sufficient city in the future. So many programs are included in energy transition plans. When we see the current energy systems in Korea, the consumers have a difficulty to figure out the electricity I'm using, where it is from which source it is generated. There is no way to figure out that. But by using microgrid system, consumers can make the choice indeed. That is the true sense of renewable energy scheme. So we can realize energy transitions in true sense. Earlier, I said the energy supply should be made in many different locations. So in other terms, I mean the energy generation should be made in many different locations based on the clear plans. And also, the Gwnagju city is working together with other cities located in Honam areas. So rather than we only limit you to Gwnagju city itself, by expanding the horizon of our effort together with other cities in Honam province, the energy transition and effort can be made. On top of that, and also by having the community-based approaches, the citizens can have the participations, and also many localities can make a concerted effort. And I think finding the candidate site for renewable energy can be done based on close collaboration among different localities in the Honam area. We have discussions about just energy transition, so I'd like to make some comment regarding that. The energy, in order to have the energy transitions, it is important to have the sharing of public data. Currently, the data is only seized by a few the players, but by sharing this information, by utilizing open data, the business opportunities can be created and more people can participate in order to have energy transitions. I think in order to make a sustainable planet, and we need to consider measures to have a positive impact on our ecosystem. And that can, energy transition can, make, the programs can develop programs in order to have a just transition in our ecosystem as well. And so far, the fossil fuels and the oil, the industries, and those played the main roles in energy generation. But I believe that the paradigm shift will be made in the future. Now we are witnessing digitalizations in many different industries, and also in order to use renewable energy source, it is important to have digitalizations. So, rare earths and also other the resources will be widely used in the future. Some the related the issues should be considered in managing supply and also demand regarding this. So energy growth and GHG consumptions and GHG reductions and the decoupling is witnessed across the world. Actually, when it comes to the energy supply, and we want to expand the portion of renewable energies, but if we cannot increase the portion of renewable energies in great manner, and we cannot have a clear decoupling between the economy developments and GHG the emissions. Previous speaker shared the data about the Germany. For the last decades in Germany, GHG reduction was made in successful manner. Although looking into the data, I have some idea that decoupling can be realized in our countries as well. But now we have the sluggish economy, so I'm not sure what will be the proper way to adopt. So anyhow, this is all about I want to share. Thank you.
Thank you, researcher Min-seong, for your comments. So you presented on the supply and demand side, and with the 5 Ws and 1 H. And right after the energy transition, what would change? And in Korea, what we are doing, and Gwnagju's case and project, and what we need to do, the key questions for the just energy transition. And next, we have a few questions gathered from the applicants. And first of all, Dr. Kwang-hee, we have a question. Dr. Yeom, are you here? Yes. So you said that turning the civil society into a political power is important, but how can we do that? Well, there are many ways. For example, the political parties can be one way to use. Or in Korea, we already have the Green Party, and they can increase their power and have a stronger influence in the National Assembly and be engaged in the legislation can be one way. There might be one right answer, but Korea and Germany, I mean, in terms of the social structure or the sentiment of people are totally different. So the Green Party success of Germany may be shared with Korea, but I wouldn't say that that is the path that Korea must take. With my limited knowledge, I wouldn't say that, but we need to take some paths that's really feeding for Korea's case. But personally, I think turning civil society into political power will not be done by just pursuing that goal. I mean, the civil society itself must enhance their capabilities. That should be first step, and whether we intend it or not, in the end, by doing that, they will turn into a meaningful political power or voice. Not sure whether that answered your question. And moving on from the YouTube, we have Kim Min, who is also asking a question to Dr. Yeom Kwang-hee. The court made a ruling. Do you think that had an impact on Germany's 2040 targets? Well, I think that question should go to Dr. Matthes. Felix, if he is not here, then maybe I can answer on his behalf. Felix, Matthes, are you there? Dr. Felix Matthes, are you there? Are you there, Felix? I'm afraid he's not here right now. So, Dr. Yeom, please. Well, to give you a simple and short answer, yes, it had a direct impact. And as Dr. Matthes presented more, I'm not sure, but this Climate Protection Act legislation and German industries had some resistance, that is true. And the federal government of Germany, they had this Climate Protection Act before, and in legalizing or legislation perspective, they were conservative. But April this year, they made a ruling against it. And also in terms of the politics, this September, they will have the general election. So they may have totally new administration. So this coalition party must have been affected by this constitutional court's ruling. And also for the upcoming general election, they are having this weekly poll, and Green Party is highly likely to be the ruling party. They are having this 20% approval rate. So after the Christian Democratic Party, they are having a very strong power. So Germany used to have this coalition government. So when you win the election, you will have coalition government with the second, third, and fourth ranking parties to have this majority and large government. So the second ranking party will have their own prime minister. I mean, we have a few more months to go until the general election, so things may change. But given this polling rate, there is no guarantee that they will have this prime minister from the Green Party. So that can be a pressure for the current government. So by 2045, this target is how they came up with this background. I mean, of course, I'm not a party of the coalition government, so I not sure, but that's my assessment. But what's interesting is that the Constitutional Court made this ruling, and a few days before that, Oeko-Institut and a few think tanks said that by 2045, net zero is possible and feasible. That was our report finding. And after this Constitutional Court ruling, the Prime Minister Merkel and the candidate said, well, Agora and the other think tanks said that net zero is feasible, and she made that comment in the public setting. So all these things, in terms of the timing, had some impact, and it had an impact on these dynamics across this political situation.
네, 답변 감사드립니다.
Well, thank you for answering two questions. So there is one additional question to Mr. Matthes. So Mr. Matthes, are you here? Mr. Matthes, are you here? So actually, he is on call. So, well, actually, Mr. Matthes will join us in the second part of today's program. So we are going to ask this question later. We are going to have a 5-minute break. So we are going to resume at 5:45.
네, 여러분 잘 휴식하고 오셨나요?
Did you enjoy break? So I fully enjoyed my 5-minute break. And actually we used up 7 minutes. And I checked the panelists and speakers, so it took some time. So let's continue. The title of the second part is a just energy transition of rural communities. For this, we are going to invite the Chairperson Kim Hyun-gwon and from the Committee on Carbon Neutrality for Agriculture, Fisheries, and Rural Policy. So let's invite Mr. Kim Hyun-gwon.
반갑습니다.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's very nice to meet you. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Well, I'd like to congratulate you on hosting this event, and I listen attentively what panelists and speakers have to say today. So the topic of the second part is a just energy transition of rural communities. So let me begin my presentation. Let me share the first slide. So, well, please wait. We are going to share your presentation material. So now we are sharing the presentation material, so please bear with us. So let me explain the graph first. Actually, I have a great interest about this graph, actually, for European countries and Korea and Japan. And when we see the demographic the data of those countries, actually we can see some implications. I'm still waiting for the graph. So next graph, please. Next page. So this one, this is what I'm talking about. So you can see the European countries, and this is the demographic, the informations. And European countries and the United States. And first, you can see the demographic information. The last one is Japan. And so, well, this is the age of a population who are living in rural areas. Japan is quite unique compared to European countries and the United States. Actually, Korean and the situation is quite similar to that of Japan. Industrialization that happened in the European countries and United States earlier. And when it comes to the industrialization, Korea and Japan comes later. But why only the older generation is living in rural areas in Korea and Japan, unlike European countries in the United States? So the aged phenomena is witnessed in Korea and Japan. When we see the other the developed countries, and well, they have the different and the demographic patterns. This is about economic competitiveness. So Korea's economy is focused on manufacturing industry, and Korea is an export-oriented country. We produce and the products and the goods, and that is exported to other countries. So Korea is export-oriented country. So when we have a good result regarding export, the current account goes up. And currently, actually, the foreign reserve is about number 5. So Korea is a wealthy country. The outcome of export is great, so current account number is pretty high in Korea. That's why Korea has high foreign reserve. When it comes to the manufacturing competitiveness, Korea is number 3. Germany is number 1, China is number 2, Korea is number 3. Korea used to be number 5, following the United States and Japan, but now Korea is the number 3, exceeding United States and Japan. So we can have great hope for manufacturing industry in Korea. But when it comes to the employment, we do not have a great job opportunities for younger generation. So something is strange. Korea's CIP, manufacturing competitiveness, number 3, but the younger generation still struggling to find a job. So what is the reason behind that? And this is a foreign direct investment of the Korean companies. As you see here, in very fast speed, Korean companies are making great investment. So it is the right way to go as the export-oriented country. In the year 2015 and 2016, we can witness a sharp increase. What happened in the 2015 and 2016? And actually, there was Paris the agreements. And after that, many Korean companies made a great foreign direct investment. But there is no great increase in domestic investment. In the previous graph, you witness the foreign direct investment FDI rapidly increased. Semiconductors and batteries, and those are well received in foreign the countries. But Korea's internal and domestic investment is they're showing the flat at the graph. As of 2020, the Samsung actually have the manufacturing base in 32 countries, Europe, United States, and China. So in those countries, the Samsung, and as of 2020, achieved RE100. But in Korea, internally, Samsung could not achieve RE100. And actually, 62% of energy of Samsung is consumed in Korea. In overseas, Samsung turned into renewable energy. In some countries, 100%. So Samsung could meet the criteria for RE100. The Korea's battery is well received, but the Volkswagen, other manufacturing, the motor companies, and actually want to have the renewable energy source. That's why Samsung is inevitably have their manufacturing bases in Georgia, in the United States, and other cities in Hungary. And this is a data from Standard Chartered Bank. This is a recent data. If Korea cannot have an energy transition, then Korea will have a loss about $142 billion annually. This is annual data. So this is a great amount of loss indeed. This loss is humongous. By the year 2025, And if there is no the energy the transition made, then about 70% of their business the partners will find other suppliers. So RE100 said when Korea successfully made the energy transition, then Korea will be great beneficiary indeed. Korea is a manufacturing-centered country, but when Korea have a successful transitions, that will have a great the opportunity indeed. So Korea face the challenges and opportunities. Currently, the energy transition is greatly made domestically. That's why many Korean companies move their manufacturing base to overseas countries. But when we see the Japanese case, actually there is companies association in Japan, like Korea. They ask the Japanese government to enhance the renewable energy targets, but Korean companies is different. So renewable energy transition that should be made. That we are in an urgent situation, but only the farmers and the citizens are lack of understanding about renewable energies. Actually, localities, they do not have a great understanding about the benefit of the renewable energies. And about 8 the groups of SK the group, they made application for the RE100. And in order to do that, it is required to meet the certain criteria. So the SK want you to have a PV generation, but the candidate side, which is Yeom, is against that. This is data. Well, according to Korean Act, there are the areas which can have the PV panel installations, and there are areas which are prohibited. And according to Korean Act, 75% of this Yeom area and Gumi can have the PV panels, photovoltaic panels. But in Gumi city, there is a city council, but city council actually have some restrictions. So as you see at the bottom, you can see the number 7. Because of the additional regulation imposed by the city council, only 7% left for the PV panel installations. We should go for the renewable energy. We need to have energy transitions that will give a great opportunity, job opportunities for younger generations, but city council actually goes against these directions. As you know, Gumi is an industrial city, and SK Innovation, let me correct myself, SK1 of SK Group want to have the PV panel, the installations. SK Innotech and SK the display have a manufacturing base in this city, but well, the city council actually have very strong restrictions, saying 500 meters distance should be separated away from the residential areas and the road. Photovoltaic the panel can install even on the rooftop, but Gumi City Council prohibit to install PV panels if it is within 500 meters from residential areas and the road. So we cannot understand such measures. This is a data from Haman, but this is not only limited to Gumi City and the Haman County. Other the counties and cities have greater restrictions in establishing the PV panels. So, what is the problem? What is the reason behind that? We looked into European cases. Why should be improved further in Korea? What kind of approach should be made in Korea?
So next slide is from Denmark Embassy in Korea, and it shows that they have like 32.8% is from the renewable. And we understand Denmark is a country of the wind power, but wind power only accounts for 20%, biomass 55%, biogas 4%, and biofuel is 4%. And next slide. This is from Austria's renewable energy portion and the distribution. And in Austria, 30% is the renewable energy, And of them, the bioenergy takes up 58%, which is higher than we expect. And next slide. This is for Germany. In comparison, they have a higher renewable energy and they have this wind offshore and wind onshore, but still biomass has 22.4%. And next slide. Next slide. This is for Austria's map, and across the country, you can see over 2,100 biomass heat plants are there. And it's not just the heat plant, but there are the heat electricity generation plants across the country. So there are so many power and heat generation facilities, and what's in green are the outputs. So you can say that if the place is good for human settlement, then they build these biomass plants. This is for West Europe's wood chip facility. So across the West Europe, they have a lot of facilities for wood chips. And this is the map of Denmark, their biomass energy facility. And there are many across the country, and they have these biomass facility, and 32 biomass plants are in operation. And from these operations, the livestock farmers use it for the energy sources. So it means that from biomass, they can have or maintain the livelihood, and from the bioplant, they can turn it into the bioenergy, and people would not reduce if they can make a living out of it. The farmers will love it, but in Korea, we don't have these biomass power plants using the animal excretion, so that's one difference. So why are we talking about the biomass? Bioenergy is a base load source, and wind and solar may be intermittent, but bio can work as a base load. And the other difference is that solar and wind power generation, well, they don't create many jobs for local community. The solar and wind may create jobs in the installment and the development stage. However, biomass create jobs for the local community from the development, installment, and operation phases. So you can have job creation effect for the local community, so the local people will like it. But in Korea, we only talk about wind and solar, so it's hard to work with the local community. The other thing is that the rural society or community, electricity is important, but the other thing that matters is heat energy. The solar and wind do not provide the heat energy. However, bioenergy provides the heat energy that's needed by the local community. So I came to pay attention to the European cases because they can create jobs and they can provide the heat energy really needed for the local communities. In Korea, we have a very distinct 4 seasons. We have a long, cold winter. So this heating and cooling is really important thing for local community. And we don't have any progress on discussion on this point. So we need to pay attention to bioenergy, which is more relevant to the local communities, and it can better meet the needs of local community. Next slide. However, but still, when we talk about 2050 carbon neutrality, to achieve that, people talk about how much renewables we need. And these are the data from the research centers and researchers. Like 500 gigawatt renewable energy is needed to hit the target, but no one among these say that bioenergy is important in achieving the goal. There's none. However, the local and rural communities are caring about the heat energy. That's how you can trigger the important discussion. However, about this heat energy and the energy needs of the rural and local communities and what are the best solutions to that end, these are not the discussion that's taking place by any scholars or research institutes. So my point is this. This is the key point of my presentation. We need energy transition. We must have energy transition. However, the rural and the forestry and the fisheries villages are where we should have the energy transition. And it's not empty place. It's the place where people are living. These farming and forestry and the fisheries villages are where people are living. So we have to engage them and we have to think about what matters for them. Otherwise, we will face obstacles and resistance and conflicts. So the energy transition of Korea is now not working or it's not making any progress. So in terms of the energy transition, we need to talk about how this transition can help the life of local communities improve. Otherwise, we can have their buy-in, and if we can't engage them, we won't have the energy transition we want. And when these local communities take the lead, then we can have the fastest and most effective energy transition. So this is my key point. The energy transition for rural, forestry, and fisheries villages, we have to think about these places are where people are living, not an empty space. So we have to plan in accordance with their needs of their life. Next slide. Let's go back to German's case. These are the energy transition villages. And when you look at their cases, Undae village, they also talk about this heating made of wood chips or the CHP, and Peltheim is another village where they have this heating with the wood chips and heat grid. And Beautiful Grid is also a case where they talk about this heat grid. So we have to think about how we can provide the heat needed in the rural areas so that we can engage them in the process. As I mentioned before, the people who are in the livestock industry, the heat is important, and we can help them to sell these animal excretions to create and generate energy, and they will like the idea of the energy transition. And for every village with this bioenergy, we can provide the heat and the energies they need, and they can contribute to the country, then people would be willing to have their own space for the energy generation and energy transition. However, today in Korea, we are not talking about what are their needs. So, and in addition to this, I mean, that should be the key assumption or precondition for energy transition. Germany has a very similar case as with Korea. They didn't have any oil field. They imported natural gas from Russia. But with this energy transition, they had this reinvestment into their own country to grow the economy. So we have to present this kind of vision, and we can increase the agricultural production, which now stands at 50 trillion, but by producing renewable energy of 100 trillion, the agriculture sector can play a role in here. So that's it from me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. These local communities have their own needs, and we talked about how we can improve their quality of living, and that's one consideration that will be matter for the energy transition. And from that perspective, renewable and the solar and wind, not just that, but bioenergy can be one area we have to consider more. And at the local level, we may need the energy survey and the job creation, and this energy production should be expanded into one way of the agriculture community production. Thank you for the presentation. Now we will move on to the panel discussion. Our first panelist is Lee Jong-ok, co-president of the Gyeongnam Green Party, and then we will have Felix Matthes, the coordinator, who was the presenter of the session 1. First, I would like to invite Lee Jong-ok. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you well. Well, I was given like 15 minutes, but maybe I won't take that long. I am co-president of the Gyeongnam Green Party. I am Lee Jong-ok. I will talk about how we can make the renewable energy transition in rural areas and the agricultural communities by taking an example of the Gyeongnam region. Gyeongnam, as you may know, is the second biggest region with the largest, with a large coal-powered power generation, and that's one key challenge. And I'm a member of the Green Party, and also for over 20 years, I've been involved in the agricultural movement with women, so it's really a big agenda for me. So this is what I just mentioned. And we have this 9th basic plan for power supply and demand. The key here is that they will have the gradual nuclear phase out, and the Samcheonpo Unit 1 and 2 were closed in April, and by 2030, Samcheonpo 3 to 6 and Hadong 1 to 4 units will be turned into the LNG power plants. And the 9th National Power Basic Plan for Power Supply and Demand. Changyeong-gun is in Gyeongnam, and we have Daehanmyeon, and near that county, they had this plan to build new LNG power plant in Gwnagju, and that project was stopped early this year because that village is a small county, but there are many parents in their 30s and 40s are living. So these parents were very strongly opposed to the idea, and from 2017, the Korea Southeast Power Generation made a proposal, but that was stopped in March 2021. And more recently, in Namhae-gun was hoping to host the new LNG power plant, and the local civil NGO had the resistance against that plan. And another area is the Hapcheon-gun, Samgamyeon, and Sangbaekmyeon. These two yeons, or the 6 towns in there, are now having this opposition and resistance from the local people against the LNG power plant. So for 10 or 15 years, we were not preparing well for this renewable energy transition. So it's quite sudden and dramatic. And LNG new plants are now being built. But for the local people, coal-powered power plants, a lack of 50% is the contaminants and the emissions created by these LNG power plants. And in the rural villages, they have this resistance because the solar and wind are the most frequently built power facilities, but they are also very opposed by the local people because in agriculture villages, they had many of these facilities avoided by the city people, so they suffered a lot and they were worried about what to come if they have these renewable facilities. And also there are also an issue of the ownership over land. If you own a land, you may lend that land for power generation, but if you are a small-scale farmer lending the land, then you may not want to use it for solar power generation, and you might be negative about the power generation. And also along the process, the facilities avoided by the city people were set up in rural villages, and there were violent conflicts among the people. And there are many misleading information about the solar power generation. For example, there is some heavy metal and the crops would not grow well nearby. So that's now hampering the people from accepting the solar power generation plants. This is the example of the 합천군 삼가면 and 쌍백면, and their plan is to build solar and hydrogen fuel and the natural gas. So the total would be 780 megawatt. When I first went there in April, I saw the LNG fire plant would be there, so I wanted to help there. But what I heard was different. They will build a complex with multiple energy mix, so the solar will be there. And as I listened to their story, things were clear. Solar power was not a problem, and it was about how we should build or approach the solar power generation facilities in these local villages. In case of Hapcheon-gun, they had many challenges from the outset. Hapcheon-gun applied to host this plant, and they could get the signatures from the 85% of the community people, and some people were even raised the doubts that some signatures were forged. But the Samga and Sangbyeongmyeon, the farmers and the local people who had their life there were organized in fighting against this movement. And on June 15th of 2021, within just 2 to 3 kilometers from this site, they have this mountain place where they are having the eco-friendly or green tourism site. So when they heard that yesterday, the Uryonggun city, the county council adopted a statement which is against the development of the LNG generation facilities. and they had 2 rounds of discussions, but that didn't go well. And after that discussion, they had some meeting, and from the power companies, officials said that we never failed in our projects. So I think that way of thinking is still there. This is for Hapcheon County Government Office, and they are now opposing and protesting against this plan. And the local people gathered here, and this public hearing failed, and the head of the county was getting out, but these women or ladies in their 50s and 70s were urging him to stop the project. So when we have this new or solar or any other power generation facilities, on paper they talk about the acceptance, but is it the right phrase? If the people accept it, they will do it, and if they don't accept it, the project will be stopped. Well, I don't think that makes sense. So the local government must engage the local people from the outset, whether it's a nuclear or renewable or solar or anything. The approach should not be unilateral anymore or one way anymore. Where comes the power generation? It's not from KEPCO. It comes from rural areas to cities. So we have to change that approach. So what should we do? First, as a person living in the rural areas or who is really feeling so much for the rural villages, we have to be more forward-looking in terms of reducing the separation distance for power generation, and we have to engage the local people. So rural villages are not producing the power for cities, but it should be independent power generation. And the German's case was very interesting. In Korea, from 2028, the population may go down. So we need to rethink about the demand forecasting, and we have to reduce the power consumption as well. Thank you very much.
So we just heard from the Ms. Lee Jong-ho. So how the energy transition can be made in rural areas, that was mentioned, and the core effort is required in Gyeongnam. She shared ideas about LNG and also talk about the conflict regarding the PV panel installations. She talked about the acceptability by local citizens, so various discussions were made. So next we are going to invite Mr. Matthes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Unfortunately, the message didn't arrive. Unfortunately, the message didn't arrive with me that I should prepare a presentation. I thought it was a panel discussion, but I would like to present without any slides some thoughts on the issue of rural areas and rural regions, because this has a couple of different dimensions. And as you know, that I have been a member of the German Coal Commission, and what we discovered during the discussions in the Coal Commission is that the issue of the coal phase out in Germany is partly an energy policy issue, but essentially it is a conflict between the metropolitan and the rural areas. And therefore, I think that the first lesson learned from this is that the increasing gap which we observe in Germany, in Europe, and also in Korea between the metropolitan areas and the rural areas goes very much beyond energy policy. I think this is an important point because these gaps are opening and opening and opening and and getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And this is not only an energy policy issue. However, if you have a look on the recommendations of the German Coal Commission, then you can find some inspirations what should be done to deal with this gap. Again, it is not only caused by energy policy and probably energy policy and coal phase out or no LNG projects is part of the problem, but it's probably the smaller part of the problem. And the key issue, and as we see this here, is not about the jobs in the rural areas which are existing. It is about making the rural areas attractive again for young people, because these regions have only a future if they are somehow attractive for young people. And if you look on the just transition program, which is part of the German coal phase out, then you can see a couple of interesting points which essentially deal with the area of the rural areas or the rural regions from the perspective of the attractiveness for young people. It is obviously about infrastructure. If the infrastructure in terms of transportation, in terms of digitization, is not attractive in these regions, then nobody who is young at the moment will only think about going to these regions a minute. And so the first element is infrastructure. The second element is making these regions attractive for investments, for new investments. So we have specific incentive programs where companies who settle down in these regions, for example, going for hydrogen technologies, etc., they get subsidies if they go to the rural areas, because as a general trend, they all go to the metropolitan areas, and there are specific incentives for setting up companies or settle down companies which have a future business in these rural areas. The third element, and we are not yet at energy policy, is to locate research institutions to the rural areas. And I think if you are interested in, I can provide you a list that the German coal phase out program settles a couple of new research institutions specifically to those regions which are affected by coal phase out or by other elements of the energy transition. Because if you have research institutions in these regions, then this is attractive for young people. Not all of them will stay there, but a certain share of those people will found their companies, etc., etc. And this is there's a very impressive map of Germany where you can see all the new research institutions which were founded and which are founded at the moment. If it comes to hydrogen or other new technologies, a major share of these research institutions is settled in rural areas to make these areas attractive for young people. And I think this is an important point. And the fourth element is, and again, we are not yet we are not yet in the energy policy field, is that the German federal government has committed itself to create 5,000 new government jobs in certain branches of government agencies to the rural areas. So we have a couple of new institutions which need to deal with social security, with customs, etc., etc. And the German federal government said, okay, our contribution for bridging the gap between the metropolitan areas and the rural areas is to settle 5,000 new government jobs in new branches of government agencies to the rural areas, especially those who are affected by the coal phase out. Again, these are issues which go definitely beyond energy policy. It's a much broader scope of policy, and I think it's important to realize that energy policy, and I will give you some details on the energy policy dimension of these of the challenges which arise from the rural areas. This can only a small part. The bigger part for strengthening and making the rural areas more attractive are beyond energy policy. And I think this is an important point. And we see the same trends with the aging structures of the rural areas. And I was sitting in a coal commission besides a mayor of one of the smaller cities in these regions. And their permanent statement was, our key question for the future is not about energy policy. It is about how we can get attractive again for young people. Because the future of the rural areas is about the young people. Because if there are no young people there, then these regions have no future, whatever the energy policy is, etc., etc. And I think to find smart solutions and smart interactions with energy policy to make it attractive for young people is the key. And this is about research, government agencies, incentives for setting up companies, and again, infrastructure is key. However, there's also an energy policy dimension, which could help to strengthen rural areas, because there are essentially two elements. The first element is that energy transition is intensive in terms of land use. We need land for the wind power, we need land for the PV, we need land for the biomass, and this land is only available, or is mostly available, in rural areas. And so this is the big asset rural areas have in the process of the energy transition, because the energy transition is land use intensive. And if it this is the one dimension, and this is an asset. This is a real asset. And the second is that we need to find solutions for climate neutrality in rural areas, because climate neutrality is not only about the metropolitan areas, it is also about the rural areas. And there need to be solutions to make these regions also climate neutral, with emission abatement, but also by creating net sinks and agriculture. Agriculture plays a major role. Land use change and forestry plays a major role. And agriculture and land use change and forestries are issues of the rural areas. So that means that climate policy has to deal with the asset of the rural areas and the challenges of the rural areas. And I think there are a couple of points which are important. The first issue, if you ask the question, who is the big winner of the German energy transition? And if you go really to the nitty-gritty details, then you have a very clear answer. The big winner of the German energy transitions are the farmers, due to the land lease for wind and PV. And this is also an interesting element why even in Germany, even the conservatives are in between in favor of the energy transition, because farmers are conservative. The farmers will never, never, never vote for the Greens. The farmers will never, never, never vote for the Social Democrats. Farmers in my country will always vote for the conservatives. And due to the fact that mainly due to the revenue streams from the land lease for renewable projects, the farmers are the big winners of the energy transition. And so land lease is an issue, and you need to design markets, but also incentive mechanisms that land lease revenues are reflected appropriately within these support schemes. And again, so that it's difficult to find a balance, because some of the farmers became very rich from the land lease, and there is distributional issues with the small farmers and the big farmers, etc., etc. But land lease is an issue. The second is, and there we are entering the distributional conflicts within the rural communities. It is about compensation. And because using large areas for wind power generation, for biomass, and for PV raises the issue of public acceptance. And we struggle a lot with public acceptance, and we had some interesting experiments in different states. As I mentioned before in my last presentation, we have this huge role of the states which have experimented a lot with different issues. And one of the successful models have been that there is an obligation that a certain share of the revenues from wind power generation and solar power generation goes not only to the landowners, but to the communities. And I think the interesting point was to channel this money to the communities and not to the individual landowners, because this avoids some of the distributional effects we have in the rural communities between those who own large shares of the lands and the small landowners, and making a certain share of the revenue as a mandatory contribution to the budgets and to the funding of the communities has, at least in our societal framework, an interesting model on the one hand to help the communities, and on the other hand to raise acceptance for these projects. This is not all. Participation plays a role, but in the end of the day, compensation or an enlightened perspective on compensation is important. The third element, if it comes to energy policy, is biomass. This is an extremely complex issue, because on the one hand, and you have seen these maps of Denmark, you have seen these maps of Germany, that we have a lot of what we call the 100% renewable communities. These are all rural communities which link their energy policy to agriculture. However, not all of the agriculture is sustainable, because the key issue is, at least in Europe and in Germany, farmers are competing in the world market. And if you have the alternative on the one hand to produce grain and to compete with the grain or with the feedstock in the world market, where you have extremely volatile prices, and you have the alternative to use, for example, corn for biomass production and to sell this in the electricity market, where you get a contract over 20 years, then you have a hedging contract for 20 years for your agricultural production. And this is attractive. This is attractive. And the problem then is that a lot of the farmers switched totally from food production to energy production. And we have these huge corn areas where we have non-sustainable agriculture, which was triggered by this highly attractive energy market, which provided contracts over 20 years, which is unthinkable in the food market, because they're with high volatility, and that has created a lot of tensions. And so we had this debate, and probably you also have this debate in Korea about tank versus plate So food versus energy, and there is a need to decrease the perverse incentives, and we have seen a lot of perverse incentives, and so to establish a framework where energy production is limited to the sustainable part of the biomass. And I think this is a painful process, because some people in the rural areas became very rich from this. And this is very clear. And to turn around this development, to limit or to channel somehow the biomass to sources which are sustainable, and also to use this in a way that you can use this for local climate neutrality. Again, we are in the middle of this process. There is no silver bullet, but I think the mixture between having a clear focus on the land lease income, having a clear focus on compensation, and to establish a strong framework to make the energy production from biomass, to focus this on the sustainable biomasses and the local supply of climate neutral energy solutions is the way. Again, I think this is a trial and error process, and we are frankly speaking still in the trial and error process. But we are getting closer to sustainable solutions, because it is complex. But again, my first point was bridging the gaps between the rural areas and the metropolitan areas goes very much beyond energy policy. And it is, and having said this, is that just transition needs to have elements beyond the energy policy. And I think this is an important point. And if you have a look to the structures and the expenditure patterns of the structural strengthening program, which was approved in the process of the coal phase out, there are some interesting inspirations which you can use. This is very site specific. National circumstances, regional circumstances play a major role. And this is my last word. Why? Let's say a multi-level governance system where communities, where states, and where the federal government can make their decisions and to identify the crucial fields of actions is important. And so some decentralization of decision making is probably one of the recipes to end with a policy package which is fair, which is just, but also which is effective in terms of not only formulating climate neutrality as a target, but also getting effectively towards climate neutrality. Thank you very much, and sorry for having no presentation. I wrote some papers on this. These papers are available in English, and also the report of the Coal Commission is available in English, and maybe that there are some thoughts which could be valuable for Korea, or which could provide some inspirations for your debate. Thank you very much.
네, 마티스 박사님.
Thank you, Dr. Matthes. Thank you for the great comments. I talked about this coal phase out work and what you have done and learned from your own experiences. Thank you for sharing great insights. And in particular, not just about this energy policy, but there's a gap widening between metropolitan and rural areas. And the rural communities have these unique challenges, and we need to share and work together. And it's the trial and error process, and we have to take it from a very broad perspective. Thank you. And we have a few questions raised. First, on the YouTube chatting from Yoon Tae-hwan, we have a question. Mr. Kim, you talked about the case of the agriculture and livestock raising industry, but what about the alternatives for the fisheries industry? So, Mr. Kim, Chairman Kim, can you answer the question? About the fisheries, we need to have social dialogue because they have a very strong resistance. The windmill plant, when it was built in the southwest part of the country, they had a long process of the social dialogue, and I was involved in the process. And first, they need to have dialogue and understanding for each other. Although it takes long time, they need to go through this dialogue with patience. And to do that, first, they need to have consensus on the need, and then they have to think about how to participate and how to distribute the benefits. But for the fisheries community, when they have these windmill plant, they are worried about the potential damages, and in the construction stage it's obvious, but when this environmental damage is restored, they only assume that something will get better. But for this issue, we need to learn from other countries' cases, and then maybe they can have good agreement. Thank you very much. And also, we have another question. Maybe we want to, or Dr. Eugene, do you want to ask the question? Hello. In today's event, we are talking about these rural communities and energy transition, and thank you for great insights. And the Jong mentioned that the electricity is not coming from KEPCO, it comes from the rural communities. And Dr. Matthes said that the big winner of the energy transition was the farmers. But when you think about the Korea's reality, it's far from it. And the Hapcheon or Namhae, what they are having now shows that Korea has the issues which have not been fixed in terms of the rural communities and the energy policy. And all these years of conflicts and issues, I mean, not just about this energy policy, but it's about how the government entities and public organizations are treating the rural communities, and it's really multi-layered problems. Who should be involved, and who can solve this issue, and who can provide a venue where we can solve the problem, because there are so many problems that we need to fix anyway. So I'd like to ask Chairman Kim Hyun-gwon, you might have a lot of ideas or concerns, and Co-President Lee Jeong might have also many ideas or challenges. So, I mean, where should we start? I mean, someone should take the lead in having this dialogue and conversation, not just for different sites, but there should be a framework in place to have the conversation. Do you have any ideas on this? I mean, having the framework for discussion or dialogue is important, but from today's event, I mean, as I presented, as I listened to the presentation, I was very pleased, and felt rewarded because the energy transition of rural communities, the rural communities should take the lead. But in approaching this issue, the metropolitan and rural communities, the gap between the two must be bridged. So it's not just about producing the energy from rural communities and send it to metropolitan areas, but the whole process must be about bridging the gap between rural and metropolitan communities, and it should not be just approached from the energy policy, but it should be like a multiple and multi-layered approach, and it needs to be connected with the making investment in rural communities and making rural communities an attractive place to live. That must go hand in hand. And I think that comment really makes sense. And that is why farmers of Germany could be the big winner of the energy transition. So given this, I think Korea doesn't have that conversation yet. So I think this dialogue must take place. Farmers and the local people,
our community members to negotiation table. But in order to have such occasion to discuss the energy transitions, so in order to invite them to bargaining table, it is important to prepare what to offer. But when we see the negotiation tables, there are nothing to be placed on the negotiation table. So what I want to say is, in order to have a just energy transition in rural areas, we need to prepare what to offer to farmers and the local community members. Without this, the offering, we cannot have a further discussions. This is all from my side. So let me share my comments. I didn't have opportunity to have a deep contemplation about this topic, but when I see LNG project and confined heat, the plant project, I do not know the situation about Daejeon City, but anyhow the result is in Daejeon City and Daegu City, those projects just stopped. I believe every one of you know the reason. The city level, because they the big city, they can find other ways to secure financial these source. But when we see Hapcheon and the county, they are small county. So this project will contribute to creating job opportunities, and also this will enhance competitiveness of the place. Those are the arguments of the county mayors. So the energy providers, and they also encourage these small counties to accept this project in order to have such and such benefits. But some residents in those places do not want to have any changes. So they fight for about 1 year and sometimes 2 years, and they just against this new energy project. So this is not the right way. In order to solve energy problems, we should not only limit you to renewable energy policies. We need to have broad concepts and perspectives. Let me take an example of Gyeongnam Province, Gyeongju City and Changwon City in Gyeongnam Province. In order to enhance energy sufficiency, self-sufficiency, what should be done? We should think about this.
네, 질의응답. 질문해 주신 분 답변해
Well, thank you. I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to those who raised the questions and addressed the questions. With this, we are going to wrap up the second session of today's event. And let me raise one question to Mr. Matthes. So with this, we are going to wrap up today's event. So, Mr. Matthes, when the electricity utility bill increase, there will be people who are suffering from that. So is there any example of energy welfare system to support them?
We have comparatively high electricity prices traditionally. There's a long history. However, so you always need to consider that Germany has a very effective social security program. So we have not yet seen significant challenges from energy poverty, which is different to the United Kingdom. But if you have a look to the Northern European countries, these are all, let's say, legal arrangements that the power prices are reflected in the social security systems, and those who get government aid, then this increase in power prices has always been reflected in these compensation packages. However, we are at the moment in a process to reform our system of energy taxation and CO2 taxation, and one of the plans and the commitments is to use the income from the carbon pricing system we have here in Germany to eliminate the surcharge on the electricity tariffs for the renewables. So we have an average at the moment in Germany a residential tariff which is somewhere between 26 and 27 euro cents per kilowatt hour, and the plan is to reduce these by approximately 6 cents. That this is approximately 20% for the as an compensation for the carbon pricing, because this is not only a social issue or distributional issue. Since we are in the world of targeting climate neutrality, we have learned that let's say electricity-based emission reduction options get more and more important. And so the idea is to make carbon emissions more expensive and to decrease the cost burden on electricity. And we have at the moment more than 50% electricity from renewables. This share will increase, and therefore the plan is at the latest by 2025 to eliminate the surcharge for the renewables on the residential tariffs and the commercial tariffs, to make heat pumps more attractive, to make electric cars more attractive, and to lower a little bit the burden for the low-income households, because we have this increasing burden from the carbon pricing. But the interesting point is that the low-income households have comparatively low carbon emissions from transport and from heating, because they live in smaller flats, they have smaller cars if they have a car, and so the rich people pay much more in the framework of the carbon pricing, but the electricity consumption among the different income groups is very equally distributed. And that means this reform, higher carbon prices and lower electricity rates is a little bit of helping the poorer people, the poor people. Again, this is not the primary motivation, but this is at the stage of the climate neutrality policy. We are in a moment that for the first time we consider lowering the electricity prices after having, together with Denmark, the highest electricity prices, at least for residential customers. This is totally different for industry. Germany has the lowest electricity prices for industry in Europe. But however, so this has been compensated by the social security systems at the moment, but after changing the relative prices and after the need for higher incentives for electricity-based decarbonization options, we are just entering a process to bringing down the electricity cost.
네, 답변 정말 감사드립니다. 그럼 이것으로
Thank you for the answer. And with this, we are going to wrap up today's discussion. For the last 4 hours, many people actively participate, so I'd like to extend my sincere thanks. So I'd like to ask speakers and panelists their reflections. So let's invite Dr. Matthes. What's your reflection?
Yeah, I think we live on different continents and we live in different societies. But if you have a careful look, there are significant parallels. I think, and even if you have the number, if you have a look on the numbers, then South Korea and Germany are not that different, even in terms of abatement costs for power, for decarbonization. And I think I heard a lot of issues which we are dealing here also. We are in some areas of the energy transitions probably a little bit more advanced, but only a little bit more. But the challenges are very comparable. And especially speaking on the rural communities, etc., etc. Secondly, the strategies are the same. Yeah, for sure. On the short term, nuclear phase out, coal phase out. Frankly speaking, this is the easy part of the energy transition. Then we are getting closer to transportation. Then we are getting closer to buildings. That means we are getting closer to the people. And I think we are at the same turning point than the Korean policy. Everything which is beyond nuclear phase out and coal phase out and maybe hydrogen in the steel industry. You can make deals on these issues with one company or 5 companies, so you can make these as high-level deals. But after this, we are getting closer to the people, and we need to explain this much better, and we need to explain the challenges ahead, and we need to talk about compensation, etc., etc. I think this is the last. This is the second point. There are a lot of similarities in terms of challenges, and there are different. The discussions are advanced differently. My third observation is what I didn't hear in the Korean debate is the infrastructure debate. And I think this is the key bottleneck. From my perspective, the energy transition towards climate neutrality won't fail because of the cost. It won't fail because of the technologies. The key bottleneck is the infrastructure. And I think I would be very much interested to have a more detailed discussion on the infrastructure issues, because it is a long term. It has much to do with acceptance by the people. It is a regulatory issue, so it's high politics, and we have long lead times. And I think this is my third observation. Beyond all the parallels or the parallelities, I think this is probably one issue one should go deep, have a deeper dive on the experiences and the challenges, and what the role of mutual learning could be.
네, 말씀 감사합니다. 다음으로
Thank you so much. So let's invite Ms. Yang. Yang Ebin. So, well, actually, this was quite a learning opportunity. So this is a wonderful opportunity to look into Korean cases and German cases. And also, I have the informative information from many the speakers. And also, many speakers emphasize the importance of participation of many the civic activists. So Germany moved in advance. So well, based on the trials and errors, and we can find sustainable solutions. Thank you. So let's invite Mr. Yoo Byung-chun. What's your reflections? So today I had a meaningful occasion. So I learned a lot from today's presentation and also discussion. So what I remember most is actually electricity is generated in rural areas, and that is sent to urban areas. So the urban areas should reduce energy consumption and use in rational way. And also rural, the areas should have a greater transition to renewable energies. And I learned messages from Germany as well. The people who are living in rural areas in Germany, that they have a higher understanding about social changes and climate changes. That's why and the citizens in the Germany, they actually generate power and they trade power, and that gives benefit to the local communities. So it is important to have a consensus in local communities. Based on that, we can have acceptability among citizens. So when we have energy transitions, we should consider this aspect. Thank you. So next, let's invite Dr. Yeom. So actually, I experienced climate changes. So in April, we experienced record low the temperature, and we had snow. And according to the weather forecast, but we are having 35 degrees Celsius the temperature tomorrow. So there is a big difference. So we have a great movement in order to deal with a climate crisis, and we have a clear the goals in order to address climate crisis. So the Berlin Wall, the remaining of Berlin Wall is still here, and east side area. Actually, there are remaining of the Berlin Wall, and artists draw paintings there. And there is a statement. So many small people who are living in small communities can make many small things and can do many small things. And that small things will change the world eventually. That is the statement written on the wall of the Berlin remains. Germany moved in advance, but in the process, Germany experienced trials and errors. The latecomers, they have a great benefit because they can learn from the trials and errors of the fast movers. So the runners and latecomers can skip the errors, and they can have a fast improvement. Agora, Energiewende, and other organizations in Germany are ready to have exchange with the organization in Korea. So if you need any support, please do contact us. Then Germany and Korea can work together in order to have a
neutrality and net zero. Thank you. Next, we are going to invite Mr. Kim Jong-kyu. First of all, I hope that we have this kind of occasion in the future as well. This is such a beneficial occasion to hear about new kind of ideas and perspective. My perception is regarding nuclear powers and core-based powers and related technologies positively evaluated. This is my personal idea. And artificial solar energy, according to my understanding, these kind of the energies cannot make a tangible result in the near future, but still that is positively evaluated. While when we have discussions about energy transition, people have a negative views about that. Let me take example of solar energy and wind power. Regarding these, Many of Korean companies have international competitiveness, but still they do not receive due attention and due evaluations. And also, new energy project can have a new kind of possibility. So it would be great if we can have an opportunity to have a further discussions about that. And based on that, we can have a better ideas about whereabout of Korean companies in the development of such related technology. And also, we need to understand the actual situation of the site where actual energy project is going on.
So let's invite Ms. Jeong. So hello. Actually, it is a great learning opportunity indeed. This is a meaningful and informative occasion. So I'm based in Gwangju City, and Gwangju has characteristics of urban areas and rural areas at the same time. So by having energy transitions in successful manner, Gwangju City can have great energy transitions. Dr. Matthes actually shared the activities made in the core the commissions. And he emphasized it is important to turn rural areas as an attractive place. And also in our discussions, it is important to work together with the consumers and in reducing the energy consumptions. We need to work together with the customers. Pricing policies from government, that is important, but by inviting and by engaging citizens, together with the citizens, so we can make up meaningful outcomes. And I hope that can be implemented in the future. Now let's invite Mr. Kim Hyun-gwon. So for long hours, actually, I had an enjoyable time. So we are having energy transitions in order to have a better future and a better planet. But in this process, the planets and human beings can have jointly benefited. So human beings can enjoy better and a happier life and a high quality of life based on the energy transitions. That is a just energy transition from the perspective of rural communities. Through the process of energy transition, gaps between urban areas and rural areas can be reduced. So infrastructure can be further established in rural the communities, and rural communities can turn into the attractive place. And also, in order to reduce the gap, it is important to have a various policy approaches rather than energy policies. So in that sense, I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Matthes for sharing such a wonderful and meaningful idea. So I will study further regarding that. Thank you. So, Mr. Lee, actually, could you share your reflections? Ms. Lee. Well, it was a meaningful time. Thank you. Last but not least, so let's invite Ms. Park Jin-mi from Green Transition Youth Group. So for the GHG reductions, in order to achieve the GHG reduction targets, we should make a continuous effort. So it is important to have a more detailed the approaches. So in order to solve these issues and problems, we can embrace more people, so we can have more meaningful discussions. Personally, when it comes to the energy, in order to have decarbonizations, the multifaceted effort is required. So localities and government and the industries and all these different parties should work together. And also, it is important to have an engagement of citizens. So we can have a more meaningful attempts as the main actor to achieve energy transitions. Each individuals can make a great the effort. I want to use the electricity from renewable energy, but there is no choice in Korea. If there is such opportunity to choose the source of power generation, it will be great. Anyhow, it was a meaningful discussion. So this was a learning opportunity to me as well. So for the last 4 hours, all of you actually actively participated, sharing your insightful ideas. So thank you for that. Thank you. So, we are behind the schedule. I'd like to deliver the apology for this long time, the management every month. And actually, Institute for Green Transformation have a discussion. So please do participate in those occasions. Have a good night. Thank you. So moderator, you did a great job. Thank you.